Well, hello, and welcome to Cracked Citadel. So today we will be back in Between the Stars. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the, excuse me, Everspace 2 working again. Um, it's not at a quality where I feel comfortable streaming it again or trying to stream it again. I'm not quite happy with what happened with its stream last time. So it will be replaced in the Rota. Um, Originally I had said I was going to do Everspace, Between the Stars, My Time at Portia, and Conan. Um, Instead, Everspace is getting replaced with Star Sector. There's a few extra days or a few extra stream times that I want to have incorporated that'll be for either random games or continuing one of those four. We'll kind of see. Um, so I apologize. Hopefully that doesn't throw anyone off too bad. The goal is to get a better computer, a better setup to do this better. Um, I'm not going to bore you with my life details in this video. It's just things are kind of hectic here, and I'm still trying to get some stuff figured out. I apologize. I'm sorry. YouTube isn't coming together the way I wanted it to either. Um, we'll see what happens when. I appreciate you putting up with me, though. So, like I said earlier, we are back in Um, wow, I just lost the name. Beyond the Star, Between the Stars, Beyond the Stars, Between the Stars. There we go. Yep, my brain works. Between the Stars. Yesterday we got started a little bit on our own. I mean, we got through the prologue, which I forgot to have the volume on for half the time. I apologize. And then we got started on the actual game. Today we're gonna go further. Hopefully OBS, which is the streaming software I use, doesn't crap out on me partway through, and hopefully we can have some fun with this. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for coming. And yeah, let's have some fun. So, without further ado, welcome to Between the Stars. Ship seems to be in good shape. I remember we took a beating. I think I healed us up after that, and then saved and ended. When you load the game back in, you load into coming into the system. So, that's why we're not at the space station. You all remember us at from last stream. You load with coming out of warp into the system. That's just how this works. So, that's why we are where we are. Why don't we go check out the suspicious activity over here and see what we can find. Tally ho! Hopefully we can deal with it without getting too beat up. Our radar system detects ships in the surrounding area. Then they open communication with our ship. Greetings, Captain. We are humble merchants of the Republic. We would like to help you do by offering men at a reduced price. Great. This is a slaver ship. They are trying to sell us people that we could use as crew. What should we do? Slavery is illegal in the Republic. How dare you try to sell slaves to a military ship of the Republic? Turn off the engines and lay down the arms. You are under arrest. The slavers activate the shields and prepare to attack. We have given you a chance, Captain. Your righteousness has condemned you to die serving as a slave. Activate the weapons.
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
I'm tired of getting blasted by missiles from you. There we go.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Next target. You got missiles too? Go away. I don't have missiles. That's not fair. Come on. Slave ship contacts us again. Spare us and we will give you the slaves. If you destroy our ship, they will die. Okay, we accept. I don't like that option, but I would rather save the people than kill off the slaves, personally. I don't know, maybe I'm just too kind-hearted or something. Oh, cool, I never noticed, but at the back of the ship, right there, you can see the heat mirage from the engines. That's a nice little touch. Alright, let's see what we got from that encounter. Still no armaments, dang it. Departments, scrap, so we did get some scrap. Anyone need for sick bay? Research, no. Guided Missile Launcher Mark 1. I want one of these. Why won't you let me make one of these? Oh, because I don't have argon crystals or calcite. Calcinite? Or quantum core. Oh, fudge. Killing time, departments. Systems? Crew members, that's what I wanted. So, I've got 2 points to level up. I'll put one in charisma. Luck. I like luck. Trigger happy. Wolfgang Bauer. You've got 3 points. So projectile weapons, energy weapons, and salvaging. We're going to add a point into salvaging. I'm just going to put 1 point into each for now. They're all good to have. A little, in my opinion, a little bit of. Crafting, system upgrade, and scrapping. Oh, you've got an extra point. What should we put point into? You know, I think scrapping, because right now I'm trying to collect materials. Though there are system upgrade checks. Upgrade devices matter. I'm trying to gather materials so I can actually build stuff, though. Once again, I'm going to put a point into each. Shields helps. Investigation helps. Medicine helps, of course. These help with all of those checks. So I'm going to put a point into each. And then this is another one of these specialists. Oh, you've got an extra point. Once again, we're going to put it into salvaging because I want more stuff to work with. Maya's in the corner here. Ship readout is in the other corner there. Get out of that menu. And away we go. Suspicious activity. I just switched over power to focus more on weapons and shields than on engines. You arrive at the corresponding coordinates and find a suspicious ship. The best thing to do is to send a transmission and identify them. Maya opens communication and directs the call to your terminal. On the screen, you see some big yellow eyes staring right at you. Lucky you, a Setar ship. The captain's jaw opens to speak. Setar's captain. We're Frederius Vasoyason. Yes? The creature seems somewhat offended. By Wabrawabasi Bu Yabas Oskaskavin Savsk Oskskavis. English is hard enough. Few people could understand that language. The Setar had been the last introduction to the Interstellar Republic after years of diplomatic work, greatly hampered by the complex phonic system they possessed. You weren't one of those few people, but after the treaty and in the territory of the Republic, they were subject to the same laws as you. Therefore, your jurisdiction enters into compliance with them. I must check out your cargo, Captain.
Head to the target. May, prepare boarding protocol.
Where's the ship? There it is. He doesn't seem to understand what you say, but he accepts the coupling request. You approach the ship and you meet the captain. You had hardly seen one or two in your entire life. The boards had been borders had only excuse me. The borders had been open only a short time ago. And there were few people who weren't outside their sectors. The galaxy isn't exactly small, but until today it was the only interstellar species found. Having seen one or two did not make the event less impressive. These beings measured approximately 2.5 meters. His two yellow eyes seemed to emit light, like two spotlights in the holes where the nostrils should be. His silky skin and mysteriously smooth appearance was disturbed by in a range distributed in a range of colors, ranging from gray to white. That's not a big range in my head. Oh, without a doubt, they instill respect, especially with those jaws as a mouth. At that moment, you greatly appreciate the reputation of pacifists they had. May I see what you're transporting? Do you have the inventory of your cargo? T-Row. Yeah, I'm not going to try. He leads you through one of the corridors to a large room that you can smell before arriving. In it, you can see approximately 15 terrestrial cows. It was funny that, after all the things that had been speculated about extraterrestrial life, the only one that had been proved true, was their fixation on these animals. I need to see your live animal transportation license. Five or more. With those words, he moves away for a moment and returns with a document that is effectively the permits of trade with living species. Everything seems to be in order. Perhaps it's strange to be asking a creature that could split you in two with only his hands a permit to transport cows, but you would be surprised by the number of ecosystems that were annihilated before the legislation of the Republic on the transport species regulated the market. Great. Nothing like invasive species, also known as a cow. We must check in case there's any hidden goods. Oh, that's a 6. It's better than a 4. The captain seems puzzled, but he doesn't do anything while you check the hold. As soon as you arrive at a small chest, he nervously heads towards you. In the interior, you find several vials with a whitish substance. It's no surprise the Satar. Alright, it's no surprise. The Satar, besides the taste for beef, also have a particular addiction to the consumption of resin from one of their native ferns. The sale of Satar resin was prohibited due to the effects it causes in humans. The amount was quite small, despite being able to claim a good amount of credits, adding to the fact that it was at anyone's sight, everything seemed to indicate that it was clearly for the crew's consumption. Although the possession outside their territory was penalized, it wasn't considered a crime. Be careful with this, it can be dangerous. So that's the sector. So we are in Rehem. Recruits repair shipyard. Systems recruits repair. Let's go here. Let's see what's here. Who knows? Maybe there's something at the shipyard. Not like I have any money to spend, but hey, you never know. Allied station, suspicious activity, distress signal, and what's the last one? Distress signal. Can I turn off the light on the front? Oh, I can! I can turn off the light on the front of the ship. Okay, I'm happy. It's the simple things. Alright, let's head to station and get some repairs.
They are jamming our engines, Captain.
Activate the shields. All hands to battle stations.
Engines up. Open fire. Picked the wrong ship to mess with, buddy. Come on. You know, I gotta say, for a military vessel, you'd think they'd have these equipped with, like, I don't know, a full complement of weapons and stuff. I know for the story purposes they don't do it, but I've got 2 open slots where I could put guns. There we go. He's down.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Fire! Fire! Dang it. I wasn't paying attention to my heat. Come on. I will say I do appreciate how cheap repairs are in this world. Okay, things are starting to get sparky. I think I got it. I did.
Great job, crew. Did it.
Alrighty. Research. Scrap that. Scrap that. Anyone need help? Engineering. So, what is this? Flat cannon. Sure, why not? See, I got 2 more weapon spots I can load. Light plasma cannon. Cannon of the Republic. Light plasma cannon. That was stupid of me. Let's try that loadout. Alright, where's the friendly station? There it is. Sparky.
Control tower, we request permission to dock.
Welcome, Captain. Dock at the assigned bay, please.
Yeah. 21% health. Not ideal. The gun shop. I'm gonna assume it sells guns. So if I'm correct, the shipyard is actually on the planet. And I am going to do an experiment where I run into the planet and see if that allows me to... Ship Crash Canteen. Recently opened establishment and inventors of the liquor shipwreck. If you come out sober, you get your money back. Commercial zone and then the hangar. The hangar allows me to it allows me to brain work, dang it. Swap out ships that I've already bought with the ship I'm using. As far as I can tell, there is none for sale. What is this? Oh, pulse mines, dang. Normal quality Mark III. Plus 188 shield, plus 182 shield. More shield, more damage. Let's go with more shield for now. Except, yeah, I can't afford it. Darn. Well, anyway. Put that there. Crew management, tasks. A couple of our crew can level up again. I'm not going to worry about it at this point. But yeah, you go to the hangar, and it seems to be where you can swap out your vessels. I don't have any others yet, so all I can really do is get a good look at my ship, which, by the way, is absolutely beautiful. Let's go to the canteen. You go into the place, which seems really lively. The customers are gathered around a table as they chat enthusiastically. You approach to contemplate the spectacle, and you distinguish an enormous man and a young woman who drink shots nonstop while the audience cheers. The man seems to be severely impaired by alcohol, and after a few rounds he falls to the ground, causing the spectators to laugh. Young woman: Ha! You didn't even give me a good warm up. Is there any other brave man who thinks he can challenge me? You, yes, you, the guy with the goofy face. Would you like to try your luck? I won't fall for your provocations. I don't drink while on duty. Get ready. Yeah, let's do get ready. I'm from Wisconsin, after all. You sit face to face with the waiter, face to face, and the waiter brings you a couple jars of liquor next to a small glass. Your opponent looks at you defiantly as she laughs. Whenever you want, I warn you that the liquor in this tavern is one of the strongest in the sector. A weak-hearted man like you won't be able to stand half a pitcher. Start drinking. The girl wasn't exaggerating. As soon as you take your first drink of the liquor, black and as thick as oil burns your throat. You quickly serve another shot while they chant for you. Keep drinking. You start to feel the effects of the liquor. After a while, you feel the heat all over your body, making you sweat. You haven't had much to drink yet, but it's starting to be hard for you to refill the glass without spilling anything. You look at the girl who is still drinking as if nothing is happening. Keep drinking. Oh, yeah. You keep drinking one after another, and the girl won't stop for a second. She's in the lead. The waiter quickly brings two more jugs that he leaves on the table for you to continue. Keep drinking. Hick. Aww. The woman won't stop drinking while you try to follow her lead. You feel dizzy and nauseous. You drink your last glass before fainting. Hangover. Captain gains less experience. A flash of light wakes you up and you immediately feel a headache. Blinded, you rub your eyes a couple of times and find yourself on the bed of your cabin. You barely remember what had happened the night before. That duel of shots had gotten out of hand. You vaguely remember how some of the crew carried you while you were faint. Pain doesn't let you think. You get up while the room is still spinning and you go in search of Kazu to give you something for the pain. Today will be a rough day. Get back to work. Alright. I like how it shows you what it looks like on your ship. Though it is kind of just like a decal plugged in. Oh, cool. It's following my mouse. Or seems to be. Weird. I didn't have any luck points, darn it. We're still looking for equipment, so you will all still get upgraded when it comes to salvaging and scrapping. Medicine, investigation. Level 2. Heal up to level 2. I like shield regen and shield capacity, to be honest. One thing you'll probably find is that I'm one of those guys who puts points into everything. That's the button I'm looking for. I generally do jacks of all trade, masters of none. Because I want to be able to do everything in the game. Which I guess means that I only do half the stuff at the game, because it's only so good. So anyway, back to what I was saying. This planet isn't marked, but I think if I fly into it, it'll allow me to land on it. Because I think the shipyards are all on planets. Ooh, something happened. There's a large boom. We know it's nothing good. Oh, looks like I landed. Ah, here we are. Shipyard. Hangar. Shipyard. Transporter. Stars, comma, Explorer. So this is the ship that they loan you in the tutorial. Cosmos Explorer. Ooh, Rebel Cove. Yeah, I don't have the credits, but damn, is that a beast. Resistance is down. Yeah, those are the ones they got. Well, cool. I've never actually found one, so I'm happy now. Leave planet. Alright. Let's go to the... This one's probably closer, isn't it? It's closer than that, at least. So we'll make a giant loop. That is one nice thing about this game. You don't have to go to a specific point on the map in order to leave system. So you can do these in any order and end up wherever you want. Oh, okay. So an event happened while we were in transit. The last attack you received released some of the storage anchors to come loose, causing some crates to fall, leaving a real mess. You go down to storage along with Bauer, expecting the worst. Damn it, it'll take at least a couple hours to reorganize everything. Tell Edwards and Hajimoto to come and help us out. Bauer goes down after a while with the other two crew members. You distribute the work and quickly begin the task. You're in the middle of counting the supplies you've picked up when a scream shocks you. Crew member Edwards, shit, it bit me. But what's this? You all run to where he is and stop at once when you see a strange creature that had come out of the box that Edwards was organizing. Don't move. It would be difficult to describe exactly what the creature that had crept into your ship was. The semi-liquid looking creature twisted itself as its body formed tentacles and all manner of shapes, covering a bright sphere in the center. It was the first time you had seen something like this. Whatever it was, it tried to slip into the opposite direction. It tried to slip in the opposite direction, as it used the tentacles to roll on the ground and run away from you at full speed. crew member Edwards. Captain, don't let him escape. Find something to lock it up in. You look everywhere in search of some container to put it in, and you get the vacuum bells used in the ship's laboratory. With caution, you approach the creature with the intention of capturing it, but it is faster than you thought. You try again a couple of times, but it seems to anticipate your movements. We must flank it. Roll a die. No, oh, come on! You put yourself in the position trying to block the escape route. Little by little, you narrow the perimeter until you leap over the creature with the bell in your hand. The creature feels the danger and immediately splits into two, causing you to miss. Both sides run scared until they meet and merge again. With a face of astonishment, you see as it rolls up to a small slot of the airlocks to go out through it. Great, now we'll have to look all over the ship. Look at Edwards, who's petrified while holding the bitten hand. With his eyes as open as possible, he turns his head towards you. Captain, I feel a little bit. In the middle of the sentence, an immense jet of green fluid comes out, propelled by his mouth, spreading it everywhere. Scared, he cleans himself as best he can before another gag. As soon as he has finished vomiting, he staggers a little and his legs fail. Quickly, you get to grab him before he collapses. We have to get you to sickbay. Well, that's reassuring. So that's on board now. Great. That's the button I want. Now what? I am going to go to departments, so no one's in sick bay. Okay. Without disease. Without any disease. So they're all okay for now, I guess. Well, what? Oh, here we go. You spot a group of unknown ships. After attempting to contact them a few times for them to identify themselves, they activate their shields and weapon systems. They are preparing to attack. They leave us no choice.
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
Time to teach you a little lesson.
We'll see about that.
I like this setup with the cannon in the back. There we
One of
go.
the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Means that the cannon can actually hit everybody. Come on. So targeting is a little annoying.
Excellent work, team. Are you all okay?
Well, we made through that a lot faster than the other combats we've had so far, so that's a plus. Scrap. More salvage. More salvage. Into research. No. Okie dokie. So next, let's go to this guy down here, I guess. Not a lot to do when you're just flying through space, but hey. It's part of how these games work too, isn't it?
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
Oops, I forget that the engines start off all the time when you come out, so I always gotta turn them back on. Okay.
One of the enemy ships
down.
has been destroyed.
Come on. He's rotating to keep his shields against us. Ooh, Captain leveled up. Yeah, now what you gonna do?
Well done. May, send a damage report to my terminal immediately.
Whoops. I want this button. Ooh, what is this? Cooler unit. Always allows you to instantly cool the weapon systems. Engine power cooler unit. Oh, so instantly cool the weapon systems. Cool. We want to get rid of all of that. And that. Research. Nope. Sick bay. Nope. I wonder though, if I take off that, can I research it? Yeah, I can. But I think it gets rid of it too. I'd rather use it. So we got 1 point available. Charm others. Dangerous situations. Lead your crew. I'm gonna go with another point in luck. Right now we've got more energy weapons and projectiles, so we'll put another point into that. $76, $161. The controls are a little wonky to a certain extent. It's very easy to overcorrect for something, I find, as you just watched me zip and zap across the screen. A transmission from a civilian ship interrupts an otherwise tranquil voyage. Captain, thank goodness you've arrived. A terrible disease has spread throughout the crew of my ship and some of its passengers as well. Sadly, we don't have the medicine we don't have a medic on the ship. It could be quite serious. I'm sorry to hear about that. Have there been any casualties? We already read through this one. We need a doctor urgently. I'm not going to read through it that harsh or that thoroughly. Just know that it's a harder check for me because my crew isn't as experienced as the crew of the shoot. Genesis. Scientists arrive at the ship and commence diagnosis of the infected. Hours pass without any answer, without any definite result, and after a few erroneous trials, the infection reaches its breaking point. Nothing makes sense. Every infected presents different symptoms, none pleasant. Some patients' heads grow until they explode, others present protuberances that look oddly enough like Inspector Huggins, while others see their organs expelled from places organs should definitely not be expelled from. After a few hours, there's no longer any patients to examine. That's a little grotesque. Let's never speak of this again, understood? So then there's another distress signal over here. Away we go. And looks like we won't get interrupted on this trip. So that's helpful. Come out. Once you have confirmed the signal on the monitors, you can glimpse an abandoned ship through the bridge's bay window. Immediately after seeing it, you get the chills. The hull seems intact, and the distress signal, coupled with the lights which were still online, confirmed the power system was undamaged. Your terminal lights up, and the crewmate Nodungo gives his report on the situation. Captain, the ship's crew is unresponsive to our incoming transmissions. We will keep a safe distance until further orders. Get some suits ready. We're going in. We must answer the distress signal. Withdraw, it's not worth the risk. Get the suits ready, we're going in.
Pilot, take us to the next target.
Alright. Suppose I could have used the boosters on my ship. Ooh, I hit the asteroid. Don't worry, that'll buff out. Coupling request had not been confirmed, so the only viable route was to force the hatch open. The antechamber leading to the interior of the ship would make sure a complete decompression was avoided, a well-chosen safety measure to ensure rescue was possible in the case of an opening systems failure. Your crew gets to work and they exit the ship with their spacesuits on. In but 1 hour, the machinery is positioned and ready to force the opening of the hatch as if it were made of tin. Maya, reroute power towards the pistons. You board the ship and make sure the power flow is stable. Upon confirming from the engineers and receipt of the toxicity readings from the scientists, you proceed through the decompression room and remove your helmets to continue investigating. You traverse the corridors with caution, alert to any signal that might imply imminent danger. Silence, absolute silence. Not even the slightest sound comes from any of the rooms you leave behind. This was baffling. The ship was in good shape, even though the crew had disappeared. You hoped that at least the Maya system would shed some light on what had happened. We'll stick together. Following your orders, the crew takes positions. You go through the corridors together in search of a clue or signal until a snap behind a hatch puts you on alert. You raise your hand to indicate to the crew following you that you are going to enter. You activate the opening of the hatch, and the room access opens wide. Enter the room. You enter the room, which is in complete darkness, and start up the lights. A repugnant smell assaults you from the interior, but you are not able to identify its origin. You push forward, examining the terminals in search of any traces of survivors. But it seems like the Maya system is inoperative, which makes the likelihood of finding anything in the ship's logs impossible. You are in the middle of operating a terminal when you hear a smash followed by some screams behind you. Investigate what is happening. You turn around and observe in horror as Edward falls to the ground. Meanwhile, his attacker, gripping a stone the size of a not-so-small book and covered in your crewman's blood, looks at you with his eyes wide open. Identify yourself or we will open fire. The man does not answer and throws himself at another crew member as he raises the stone to strike once again. Having been alert, the crew member, being the objective of that maniac, evades the hit and tackles him to the ground as the rest of the crew rushes to his aid. The man struggles and contorts, getting himself into positions that you never thought would be possible for a person. Amidst screams more animal than human, they finally manage to handcuff him, but it is not until one of them gives him a shock from the stun gun that he finally ceases struggling. Edwards gets up with some difficulty and raises his hand to his head. You see his face and shoulder covered in blood gushing out of the gash inflicted upon him, but miraculously he was alive. Let's return to the ship, and the medical team must do a checkup on you. You turn around towards the ship when you hear a voice coming from behind. Apparently one of your crew members was calling for you. What is it? No one said a thing, sir. Suddenly you feel your hands grow heavy and look down at them. The same stone the man was clinging on to before he was handcuffed is now in your hands. You do not remember when exactly it is you picked it up, but you can see that it is some sort of tablet. Let's head back to the ship. This is giving me a migraine. That's a good sign. Alright. Map. Nothing really much more to do here. Let's go to wherever this is. Sure, we'll just warp right through that. No biggie. In case you didn't know, you can use warp to travel through objects. Okay, where are we? Oh, the Genesis.
Captain,
What the hell is that? May, focus the sensors on the signal from coordinates 15008.
Augmenting the scale. Decoding parameters. I detect high radiation readings, Captain, but I cannot locate the source of the emission.
Crew, exercise extreme caution. We're heading to the source of the signal.
Okay. Crew member Edwards enters the command room to discuss an issue. Captain, we've just finished the provisions tally as you ordered. They don't correspond with the registers we had. I'll go take a look. Come on, yes. You go down in the cargo hold and see the registry and clear up whatever is happening. Once there, to see the registry and clear up whatever's happening. Once there, you notice the cargo hold gate is open. You spot a shadow that swiftly runs to find a place to hide. You also see an open supply container with unwrapped goods on the ground. Stop right there, I know you're there. Please don't shoot. The girl slinks out of her hiding spot. She's a 16-year-old girl wearing a long dirty nightgown and her face seems worse for wear. It's hard to tell, but underneath the coat obscuring her face, you notice some cuts and bruises. My name is Zoe Miller. I snuck onto the ship at the last station you guys docked. Please don't take me back. If my parents find out what I've done, they'll get so angry. We're on our way to war, Zoe. This isn't a place for a little girl. They'd be right to be mad. You can't just abandon your family like that. The girl glances at the ground for a few seconds. Is there absolutely no chance of me staying with you guys? Alright, so I gotta go back there eventually. Actually, I am going to, well, save game. It happened. Going back home is there. I haven't even stopped at that. Well, we'll go there first. Ow. Zoom.
Comms chief, request permission to dock.
Welcome, Captain. Dock at the assigned bay, please.
That's not. Yeah, I just bumped the station. Somebody's window just got cooked. I can hear the screaming inside the different containers. Alright, so the dock where Zoe Miller snuck onto this spaceship as a stowaway. You step out of the spaceship and begin to escort Zoe Miller home. She seems increasingly worried of the scolding her parents will give her once they know that what she's done. Halfway there, a man runs towards her and gave her a big hug. My dear daughter, we've missed you so much. You have no idea. Your poor mother is waiting for us at home. She's going to be so happy to see you. She's been looking for you everywhere. Thank you, Captain. We'll take care of her from here on. We'll make sure this never happens again. We must go. We've lost enough time already. I hope so. We've lost valuable time bringing her back here. I don't like either one of these, but I guess I'll go with the top one. Man grabs Zoe by the wrist and pulls her towards him. Zoe's dad. Time to go, little miss. We'll have a serious chat once we get home. Captain, please let me go with you guys. I promise I won't be a burden. Man raises his hand and slaps Zoe across the face. What do you think you're doing? Zoe's dad. Don't poke your nose into others' business, Captain. I'm glad you brought my little girl back, but this isn't any of your concern. Here's 10 credits for the inconvenience. Now leave me and my family alone. Zoe looks at you with teary eyes while she waits for your response. Take the 10 credits and leave. I'm going to give you what you deserve, human scum. Wow. I guess I lean more towards that bottom one? The man keeps threatening you until you punch him in the nose. He falls flat on the ground and starts whining in pain, accusing you of making a grave mistake. Thank you, Captain. I'll never forget this. So here's 500 credits. Leave this place and start fresh. Zoe, it'll be dangerous, but if you truly want to, you can become a part of my crew. I wish there was a way to offer both options to the kid, so the kid could make up their own mind. Zoe smiles, stretches from ear to ear, and performs what might possibly be the worst military greeting you've ever seen. Thank you so much, sir. Captain, I promise I won't let you down. Oh, cool, so I get to choose. Let's make you a scientist. A little recruit. Before leaving, you visit some local businesses to spiffy up your new scientist. After a few hours, it's time to depart. Let's go back to the spaceship. We got a new bar, Docking Bay Tavern, a place located near the spaceport, frequented by the crew of merchant ships and workers in the area. Always got to visit the bar. Zoe Miller, level 2. Ooh, nice little kid. I need to take Edwards and get him healed up too. Both you and the crew take a break and stop at one of the premises near the docks. Strangely enough, the atmosphere of such locales had become familiar to you. The different crew members of the ships, spaceport workers, and local customers were arguing and drinking constantly. You are sitting at one of the tables while at the bar you hear two men raising their voices more than usual. Unknown. You're crazy. A Cosmos Explorer ship would never be able to compete against a Mercury XJ in combat. Third generation shields would provide too much advantage. Keep listening. You're talking nonsense. A Mercury XJ spaceship has no chance. It can't compete with the maneuverability of a Cosmos Explorer. Maybe it can withstand the damage better, but the only thing that does is lengthen the inevitable. Crew member Edwards notices that you're paying attention to the man's conversation. Edwards. The man is absolutely right, Captain. Any experienced crew member knows that a good defense decides the battle. No matter how fast you are, it's impossible to dodge all the enemy's projectiles. You have gained a new ability. We have increased aptitude by 1 level. True, in my opinion. But then I'm more of a shields guy than a rogue. Quickly, the rest of the crew joining the discussion. Crew member Mita. Nonsense. A Mercury 500S is much higher in quality, yet still has the same condensation problem as previous versions. Crew member Miller. What are you talking about? As if the Cosmos transporter didn't have dual core turbines. You'll be lucky if they last long enough to be taken to a workshop. The conversation is divisive until it ends in a debate about which ship is better than another. You quote captains' warships, and in a second you end up talking about hypothetical fights between the best captains of the Republic. In conclusion, the shields are the most important thing. Perhaps maneuverability is more important. Shields. It didn't matter what they thought. As an experienced captain, you had little doubt about what made one ship better than another. The discussion lasted a few minutes longer, and the topic of the conversation is quickly changed. Gain the ability Armored. Increases shield maximum points. Breaks over. I love how these little interactions you have with your crew, with things going on in the world, make big differences. Now I've got this ability where my shields are better because that's how my character thinks. People to hire, I'm going to repair first. Do we have any weapons we can pick up? I am not going to use that as engine power. I thought that was something else. I wish I was a fish. Alright, we're going to hail Edwards finally, now that I've remembered. Ooh. So, Nodungo? I don't know. Let's go with systems. And Zoe Miller, you've got 2 points. Well, Shields is getting upgraded and Medicine is getting upgraded. That's why I brought you on. I figured you'd make a great medic. That's the word I'm looking for. You know, the inspiring story of the girl who gets beaten up all the time at home to become a medic in the military. So, something to keep an eye on. We got these different things going on. It won't let me do it in here, apparently. So we're going to exit the dock. Now you'll let me do it. So, the assailant who attacked you on the drifting ship is waiting in his cell. Perhaps he can shed some light on all the unknowns surrounding the ancient tablet and on what happened to the rest of the crew. You descend to the brig of the ship in search of the man to whom the tablet belonged to. After he was arrested, he hasn't said a word. In fact, before being captured, he hadn't either. The man had simply attacked you without any prior explanation. From his mouth, only screams and growls more attributable to an animal had come out. You approach the force field of his cell and observe him, completely paralyzed and shrunk in a corner. It's difficult for you to hear it, but he seems to be emitting a weak, pitiful cry. There were many questions that needed answering. Who was this man? Where did he get the tablet? What happened to the rest of the crew? With all those questions in mind, you address him. I came to talk to you. The man seems to ignore you and keeps doing his own thing. You can see his mouth moving frantically, but you can't hear anything at all. Where did you get the tablet? The prisoner remains impassive as he rocks back and forth. Prisoner, do you hear the flutes? Don't let the music stop. Don't wake him from his dream. Let him sleep. That's it. It's all a dream. Dreams have no form. A chill runs down your back. What exactly does that mean? The man plunges his head back in between his knees. This was useless. Just but a glance was enough to discern the unstable state of mind he was in. You give up and go back to the bridge. Maybe giving him some time to rearrange his ideas will allow you to get some answers that weren't incomprehensible gibberish. Get back to work. Going up. So we've got the Genesis. We got suspicious activity and a distress call. I'm going to go with the distress call first. Well, something happened.
Seriously? Another interception? Congratulations, you've made it onto my blacklist.
Well, my shields and weapons are boosted. And I've got a boost to my shields from...
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
I wonder...
Great job,
Oh,
crew. Did it.
that works beautifully. So I can so I can fire until I overheat, then boost my rate of fire, which resets my heat gauge. Then I can cool my weapons instantly after that overheats with the new ability I just picked up from the weapons cooling system. That's gonna be uber powerful. I didn't loot those, dang it. Oh well. Receive a notice from your communications officer that a drifting ship has been detected emitting a distress signal. The ship seems to be quite deteriorated and without occupants. Let's try and contact by radio. Check for survivors. What should we do? Let's board the ship.
Pilot, take us to the next target.
Oof. Although there are no survivors, the ship may contain valuable resources, so you decide to send a group to inspect the ship. You couple the two ships with... Ouch. The boarding team give the order to start the operation. The boarding team give the order to start the Opening the door to the ship produces a big explosion that damages the boarding team and the hull of our ship. It was a trap. You decide to leave the area as soon as possible. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess pirates set it up so that hopefully it would blow up and take care of the crew that came to explore, and they could come by later, and I don't know. Enjoy the tranquility and decide to go down to the training area to practice your shooting. It was a moment that you especially enjoyed. Not only did it help keep you in shape, but it often helped you release some tension and clear your mind. You went to the weapons training facility where you encounter Maeda, who salutes you with a nod. Start shooting. You answer the salute and prepare everything that is needed. Once ready, you approach and go with him. The first shot hits the chest of the target, which illuminates, confirming the shot and showing in your terminal the damage done. You keep practicing for a while, making shots increasingly focused. Extremities, organs, shooting immobile targets was something you had more than mastered. In those moments, you missed the shooting facilities of Tacit Stella. That training camp was much more sophisticated than the old-fashioned shooting ranges installed on the ships. Keep shooting. You fire another blast that makes a full impact when you listen to Maeda complain. You look at the target, which is completely blank without any indicator of successful shots. Do you need help? Thank you, Captain, but I'm afraid that there's not much to do. I'd like to increase the accuracy from this distance, but it's going to be harder than I imagined. You put the gun on the shelf and approach him, observing his position. Wait a minute. His firing stance was a real disaster. You grab the gun by the barrel and position it while you start giving directions. Shoulders lined up with a firm grip. The right foot is too far behind you. You drop the gun, and with a couple of taps on the boots, you position the foot in the right place. Both eyes open. This is no movie. It doesn't just affect your perspective, it narrows your field of vision. Try it now. Well, that was a cool little snapshot. It also reminded me that... Ooh. Repeater cannon. We'll put that there. Some of my crew, a lot of my crew, is injured. It's kind of cool, the pictures on the side. In the research, nope. But you can see what I meant yesterday when I said if Star Trek was a video game. It just has those little episodic things. Arrive at the corresponding coordinates and find a suspicious ship. Best thing to do would be to send them a transmission to identify them. Maya opens the communication and directs the call to your terminal. A woman who remains silent appears on the screen waiting for you to start the conversation. We're from the Republic. Identify yourself. Hello, what are you doing here? Oh, greetings, Captain. We're the Zodiac ship's crew. We're passing through. We transport a shipment of food and medical supply parts. You keep questioning. Okay, so where are you headed? To the port of Antiros. Captain, we're actually pretty late. We must keep going on our way as soon as possible. Would you mind if I take a look at your cargo? Oh, come on! The nervous woman accepts your ship's coupling. After passing the gate, the crew welcomes you and guides you to the ship's hold. You spend some time checking some of the bunkers without finding anything. Normally you'd leave it there, but clearly they were hiding something. It would have been enough for the captain's company to clarify everything, but instead 5 crew members were standing by as firm as statues while checking the hold. Search more carefully. Come on, you can do this. There we go. You put your arm in one of the chests full of bearings and you immediately notice the trick. Much earlier than expected, you touch a tablet that doesn't correspond to the depth of the container. It's a false bottom. With a glance, you make a signal to your crew who look towards you, your whole hosts, whom are drawing their weapons. Take cover. So this is how combat works. Roll the die. 8 to 2. I have 2 points. Quantity 5. Attack 3 cost. Quantity 4. Sniper rifle. Wow. I'm going to use one of these submachine guns. Oof. Then I have an infinite amount of these Republic pistols, which I can spend 1 point to shoot. Resolve. Roll dice. Victory! In a second, you position yourself, taking cover, and the skirmish begins. The shots illuminate the room, impacting some of the chests that dropped their contents. It was clear that they didn't care much about what was in them. Just a minute later, you can only hear some pieces rolling on the floor. You've finished with the crew. Let's see what they were hiding. You empty the chests and check their bottoms. The crew breaks the tablets, and your suspicions are confirmed. As you had imagined, in more than one chest, the real load was hidden behind a false covered bottom, also covered up by the mechanical pieces to confuse whoever opened the containers. Nearly a dozen containers were carrying vials of sitar resin, a highly toxic substance for humans, and highly prized on the black market. Confiscate the cargo and go back to the ship. And now we see who else needs to go to the med bay. Zoe got shot. Dang, Zoe. I'm sorry, girl. Captain, do you have any points? No, but a couple of the specialists do. Projectile. Still got more of them. Well, no, actually, now we're tied, I think. System upgrade. Investigate medicine. I'm gonna go with investigate. Zoe is medicine. One available point. You're gonna go in shields. Alright. So next stop, the Genesis. Well, actually, the next stop will be wherever my random encounter table tells me I'll stop. Okay, I'm a little off course. Receiving jump signals nearby.
We'll finish you off and spend your credits on updates.
These ships seem a lot bigger than me. I'm so glad I have that cooling device. Dang, talk about unloading. There we go.
Well done.
Boom.
May, send a damage report to my terminal immediately.
Don't shoot it, salvage it. Thank you. See what the haul was. Nothing. Scrap. Yeah, you got scrap. Research. No sick bay. Well, at least no one got injured. Ooh, you got leveled up. You got leveled up, computer. Thank you, computer. Energy weapons. Or projectile energy. Salvage. We'll go salvage. Let's go see what's going on at the Genesis. Now, if you recall, Genesis is the name of the vessel we were piloting yesterday as Captain Scott in the prologue.
These look like the remains of a ship, Captain.
This isn't the debris of just any ship. These are the remains of Captain Scott's flagship, the Genesis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. We know how much you admired her.
Scott was the captain in charge of my training during my years as a recruit. I owe her a great deal of who I am today. She didn't deserve an end like that at the hands of her own allies.
Prepare the life support equipment. We're going in. On your order.
The deep sorrow invades you as you board the ship. The charred, jagged remains barely reminded you of what Genesis once was. You had been lucky enough to train on the Genesis many years ago. In your time as a recruit, you had been able to see for yourself what she and her crew were capable of. Excuse me. Jane Scott had been more than just a mentor to you. After years of service and continuous success in battle, and after winning the admiration of each of the captains of the Republic, she seemed undoubtedly the right person to put in charge of the army. No soldier could believe the news that she had rejected the post, succeeding it to one of her most trusted crew members, Admiral Xiao. We must reach the command bridge. Though many captains questioned her motives, you, who had had the honor of knowing her up close, understood perfectly. She was a true woman of action, an adventurous soldier who smiled defiantly every time she faced death. Being an admiral of the Interstellar Republic, to spend the rest of her life going to the Council, mediating between interplanetary conflicts, it was not meant for her. The bridge is located on the upper deck of the ship. With the ship in this state, it will be difficult to access. The elevators will not work, so the only possible route there is via the stairs. The path will not be easy. A massive explosion had left the systems completely useless, meaning several gates will have to be forced open and many routes will be blocked by the rubble. Leave everything in the hands of this. So I've got 2 shots. Come on. Oh, well, we made it. I got a 9. Your cruise system upgrade level allows you to succeed. Advancing through the corridors of the ship is slow and tedious. Engineers attempt to draw plans and schematics to try and determine a safe and efficient route for the rest of the team. You continuously move through the remains of the Genesis until you come to the main bridge. Prepare the machinery, we must open the gate. To re-establish the system. The engineering team opens the panels and quickly begins connecting cables to the generator you brought. The concept is simple. Disconnect the door from the current dysfunctional system and connect it up externally in order to activate it from your own system. You cross your fingers, the equipment turns on, and the access terminal quickly lights up. Enter the command bridge. The interior doesn't seem much better than the rest of the ship's hull. Most of the terminals are completely useless, most of the screens having been shattered into thousands of pieces. You restlessly search the bridge, but find nothing. The black box has completely disappeared. Looks like that's not all that's missing. You were absolutely right. The black box was a mystery, but what was even more disturbing is that there had been no signs of Captain Scott's body. All along the ship, you'd seen the bodies of multiple crew who had died in combat. In other rooms, you had simply found the hull torn, causing complete decompression of the room. Anyone inside would have been violently jettisoned. This was different. Despite the damage to the bridge, it was clear from the investigation that the bridge had not been depressurized. Search the rest of the ship. You follow the clear path without finding anything interesting. The state of the ship is catastrophic. You had done well to deploy the appropriate machinery for boarding, because re-establishing a flow of energy, even if it was external, would require days of work. Since you cannot access the black box on the bridge, possible and exceptionally difficult solution. In theory, if you could access the Genesis Maya core, you could recover some of the data and upload it to your ship's Maya to find out exactly what had happened. Do you think it's possible? It's theoretically possible, Captain. The only concern is that the state of the Maya system core. If it weren't so badly damaged, we could easily do the data transfer. As it is, there is a possibility that we could corrupt our own system. It will take some time for the engineering team to connect the system without generating fatal errors. We must try. You are able to access the room where the hardware of the Maya system is located without much difficulty. It seems especially complex. The first time you saw the room during your instructional years, it didn't draw your attention at all. Now, after having gone through dozens of ships, you could immediately notice the difference. Genesis was definitely at a different level than the rest of the ships in the Interstellar Republic. Most of the components were badly damaged, but you know it matters little. The core is the only fundamental part of the system. It's essentially a module where the processed data was recorded, allowing full recovery in case the rest of the system failed. At least it was how you understood it. So many years of being familiar with the ship had given you that kind of notion, but you were sure it was something much more complex. In any case, as soon as you got hold of it, the rest of would be the responsibility of the engineering team. Search for the core. You carefully open the compartment and find the mobile module in a terrible disarray. Fortunately, after tinkering with it for a while, you manage to remove the module. It is difficult to know if it was damaged. The outside appeared somewhat burnt, like a black sheet of paint covering it, which was not a very good sign. Nevertheless, you can't make a proper diagnosis until you review it more carefully. It's time to go. We must relay this to the Vice Admiral Flynn. You leave the ship, but not before attaching one of your trackers to the ship's hull. As soon as you relay your findings, the Vice Admiral of the Republic will try to recover what's left of the Genesis. After all, it had been the flagship of the Republic for decades. Let's go back to headquarters.
I still can't believe it. The Genesis was the most powerful ship of the Republic. I'm surprised the Children of the Sun were able to destroy it.
Nartos' ships outnumbered our ships by a wide margin, Captain. The probability of success was extremely low. I'm sure that Captain Scott knew it.
May, set a course to the General Headquarters. We'll inform Admiral Flynn of the situation after the War Council. We won't abandon Scott's ship as if it were space trash.
Unfortunately, it kind of is space trash right now. Cruise repair. I'd kind of like to know how the ship ended up from Tacit Stella all the way over there, though.
Greetings, Captain. I hope you didn't have any setbacks on your journey here.
All of our missions have setbacks, sir. In fact, I must speak with you in private.
The War Council will be held in a few hours. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Land immediately and take care of everything before the Council.
At your disposal, Admiral.
So I'm going to repair my ship, and then I'm going to check out these distress and suspicious activities. Don't want them going on with a war council, you know, in system. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Control Tower, we request permission to dock.
Whoops, my hand has shifted up.
Station Control Tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
Come on. Not my best job, but it works. I want to know what the floodgates are to. Ooh, there's an arcade. Commercial zone, District 8, hangar. Commercial zone, repair. Research, sick bay, scrapping. Crew members. Ooh, Zoe Miller. Put 1 point into investigate. I like having a couple points in each for each of them, at least. Alright, District 8, industrial ghetto where the workers of the power plants of the area used to reside. Over time, it has become the favorite area for an activity that goes against the law of the Republic. I'm curious. District 8 has never enjoyed a good reputation. Everyone frequenting the area knew that it wasn't an especially safe place to go by. It had been founded with the creation of the City 3483-A. The objective had been to maximize the effectiveness of the workers of the engine rooms, housing them as close as possible to the large power stations that provided power to the entire station. Pollution filled the air of the area despite the large extractors. Little by little, the people who could afford it were abandoning it over the years, becoming one of the poorest and most troubled areas of the station. Go figure. Being on the edge of law doesn't make it dangerous. The neighborhood seems deserted. The lights of the nearby plants illuminate the street, which seems to be wet despite never having known the rain. On the floor, puddles of some kind of fluid that seem to radiate a soft glow can be seen. The street is quiet, most homes having been abandoned or lay in ruins. The few people you meet have a frail and sickly appearance. The only things to break the sepulchral, I don't know what that word is, silence are the continuous noise of the extractors and a cough coming from the gloom. A young man turns the corner in a rush, colliding with you. Captain, I need your help. She is in a very grave state. Calm down. What's happening? It's Ashley. Something's wrong. You have to help her. Something has happened to her. The man seems really worried. You look at him for a second, and he doesn't look any better than the other men you've seen in the area. His skin, as white as snow, contrasts with his eyelids, swollen and deep red. You know those symptoms perfectly. That man was under the effects of Sheetal resin. There's no time to lose. The man leads you to his apartment, where you quickly find Ashley. The young woman is on the floor, convulsing frantically. Hold on, Ashley. I've found help. Crew member Mita lunges at her while she rummages in her bag. Meanwhile, the rest try to immobilize her as much as possible. That was serious. An overdose of shitar resin could be easy to counteract if caught soon, but it was already in a very advanced state. Do as much as you can. We trust you. Roll the die. I think that's max. She quickly starts working on the solution. From her bag, she takes out small test tubes and starts mixing them. As soon as she finishes, she takes out a small pistol in which he inserts the vial and inoculates her with it. Barely a minute later, she stops convulsing and becomes unconscious. Maida, Captain, we need to take her to the ship. It's impossible for me to deal with what we have. The solution we have used will delay the symptoms, but it isn't a definitive solution. We need the ship's equipment. Alright, she's coming with us. You load the girl to take her to the ship. When you leave, the man sticks close to Ashley, not wanting to leave her side. He has every intention of following you back to the ship. As soon as you realize, you cut him off. With a worried face, he addresses you. Captain, I must go. She's all I have. You're not coming. We're taking her where you can't hurt her anymore. We won't leave her with you. We'll take care of her until she is better. Okay then. Let's go to the arcade for a little while. Blow off some steam. The arcade flashes dozens of bright lights while the noise of numerous machines deafen you. You feel a pleasant feeling tingling in your stomach, thinking about the things that are about to happen. Go ahead. You enter the room with your crew and quickly feel the adrenaline rising. Among your crew, there are no predilection for video game genres except for one, the combat simulation room. That technology came from the military training simulators and could be accessed whenever you wanted, but it was never the same. Multiple companies obtained licenses and made modifications, making the experience infinitely interesting. It wasn't focused on boring instructions, it was more dynamic, without losing any realism. Facing a 4-foot double-headed creature with your crew was the most realistic and safe combat training you could think of. Enter the simulation room. You enter a room filled with different devices, and their activation brings a sensation of plummeting into a void until you reach a small room where you see your crew. In the room, you can adjust certain calibrations and select levels. The game is simple. Overcome all of the matches to unlock more levels. If you overcome the last level, you win. If you die, you lose. In the simulation room, nothing that happens is real. As lucid as it may seem, all the players find themselves in exactly the same condition as they entered. Understood, let's start. You access the level selection. Player, me. Available level 1, Mousetrap. You approach a strange, abandoned ship in search of riches, but it was an ambush. Kill the bandits and get out alive. Start the combat. Roll the dice. So I have 2 points. I'm just going to shoot twice. All this stuff gets loaded at the end, so I have no worries about using stuff. Resolve. That's the last one. The battle scenario disappears, sending you to the lobby where a new level is unlocked. The dead players are resurrected, and they recover supplies. Alright. Disturbances. The Fold is one of the most dangerous areas in the galaxy. Kill the enemies of the Republic and get out of the city alive. Start the combat. Organization leader, heavy trooper, mercenaries. As you can see, I've got 2 of these again. Well, dang. Resolve roll. Fire. Dang. Okay. So I can heal as well. Dang. Resolve roll. And victory. Battle scenario disappears, sending you back to the lobby. Setar attack. 2 dangerous Setar have boarded your ship, looking furiously for resin. Don't let them kill you. This will be my last combat. That's no fun. Oh, that'll be the end of this. That was the last one. Ooh, the smoke is kind of cool up here. Leave the simulator room. Arcade, hangar. Alright. So we got the summit to go to, but first let's clear out the surrounding disturbances. We got a distress call, and there's a suspicious activity. Nope, it's another distress call. Away we go. My throat is starting to get sore from all the reading. This is one of those games I'm gonna have to do in moderation, I think. Receive jump signatures nearby.
Congratulations, you've made it onto my blacklist.
You know, Mia really is a ornery little bugger.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Dang. That was a lot more effective than I thought it was going to be. I like that cooling unit.
Well done. May, send a damage report to my terminal immediately.
And we've gathered stuff. Let's see what else we got. Aw. Anyone for sick bay? Scrap. As always, scrap. Anything for research? No. Everyone's looking good, and their only task is the War Council right now, so. Away we go again. I will say one thing, that the fact that all of the distress signals and stuff come from like these debris fields or little asteroid balls seems kind of weird. The communication screen lights up, and the captain of a ship appears in a visibly precarious state of health. We have run out of supplies, and I don't think we can get to any space station before we starve. Could you give us some food? Giving them part of our provisions will cost us credits, since we will have to buy more supplies at the next station we visit. Do we offer them our food? We cannot let them starve. We give them food.
Head to the target. May, prepare boarding protocol.
Mines. Interesting. The captain of the other ship thanks you for your gesture and offers us the cargo he carried in the hold. Accept. Cargo doesn't fill your belly. It does, however, launches a bundle of mines capable of disabling nearby ships. So if I put this here, is it? So it is another ability. To intercept incoming enemy missiles and avoid hull damage. Oh, I can upgrade things. I didn't realize I could upgrade. That's nice. Just one moment, everyone. I'm gonna have to step away for a while. Apparently my dog is having a seizure. I'm gonna put it on intermission. Hopefully I'll be back soon. I don't know. So please bear with me, guys. I'm sorry about this. I'm back. Sorry about that. Seems like, I don't know, maybe once a month or so, the dog has a seizure. And right now, with everything going on with the moving and trying to find a place to move to and all that, the stress level around here is a little higher than usual, and my dog is having an issue with it. So, can I move these? No. He had a seizure. I apologize for having to rush out like that. He should be good for a few days now at least. And he's fine now. He's up and moving. He took him around the block to get some exercise, make sure everything was okay, and he's moving fine, a little slow, a little disoriented, but he's back to normal. So I apologize for that. Shouldn't be an issue for a while. Hopefully we can move on. Okay, so we got another distress signal down here. Once this guy has been taken care of, sorry about that. Once this guy's been taken care of, we will go to the War Council. After receiving a summons via loudspeakers, you quickly head to engineering. The chief engineer is already waiting for you. Bad news, Captain. We have a terrible system breakdown in the engines that will permanently reduce its power unless we resolve it now. Also, we don't have the needed parts to fix it. Our only option is using parts from the ship's fuselage to repair the engines. But this option will weaken the ship's hull until we repair it in station. Weaken the hull. You decide to repair the engines before things get worse. There'll be time to repair the hull later on. Dang, that's a lot of hull damage. But I mean, we were at full hull, so I can't really complain that badly. I don't know why this game keeps kicking me out of warp or whatever this is. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 engines. Wow. Transmission from the ship. Captain, thank goodness. Terrible disease. I'm sorry to hear. We'll send some scientists. Oh yeah, we got the 8. It's the fungus again. It's the fungus among us. Well done, crew. Oh, so I can enter this anytime I actually want to. No one for sickbay, no one for the research. I'm gonna sell that flat cannon. Hungover. Gains less experience. Increases aptitude by 1 level. Interesting. Well, looks like we are off to the Council of War. Just gotta hit the planet and we're good to go.
Seriously? Another interception?
My sentiments,
Congratulations,
exactly.
you've made it onto my blacklist.
How do you like my mines? Why aren't you shooting at what I'm pointing at? Dang, mines reload fast. Alright, I gotta pay attention. Why aren't you shooting?
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Did I do something with the settings or something?
Great job, crew. Did it.
So you aren't aiming. Why aren't you aiming? Settings? Controls? Weapon control tab. Camera move, bug report, auto aim system. I wonder if that's what I hit. Yeah, that's what I hit. Alright. Ooh. Light plasma cannon. Cooler Mark 3? What are you? You're a Mark 3 as well. Alright, I gotta see. Nope. I can't double up. So, I do have an injured crewman. Scrap workshop. Put that there, put that there. This I want to research. Be kind of cool if I could have two of them though and just keep activating them one after the other, after the other, after the other. That could be fun. I do enjoy the way the ships look in this game. Alright. Ta-da! What do we got? Headquarters, exit, and the hangar. Headquarters. You're onto the headquarters for the first time, and it leaves you quite surprised. Most of your military training had taken place at the Tasic Stella Barracks, a stark contrast to the sophistication you see before you. Captains and other military officers are all heading for the immense hall where the meeting is about to take place. This is only the beginning. Even though the attack by the Children of the Sun had caught the Republic off guard, you are quick to gather yourself and begin planning the counterattack. Head toward the Great Hall. The hall is gigantic. A large table in the background presides over the meeting, while the rest of the captains are seated in their corresponding areas. You enter your area, and after a few minutes, the council begins. After a few words to honor the hundreds of lives that had perished in the defense of Tacit Stella, Vice Admiral Flynn addresses the hall. It's time to plan our next move. The Republic has been decimated. In these dark times, we need a firm hand to lead the counterattack. As a first step, the Council has promoted me to Admiral. I promise not to disappoint you. I will make the Children of the Sun pay for the assassination of Admiral Xiao. The whispers among the crowd make it clear that the majority of captains had not been informed of the changes. The Interstellar Republic usually chooses its commanders democratically from among the captains and higher ranks. An election behind closed doors was not customary, but with war knocking at the door, emergency protocols had taken precedent. That the second in command should take control seemed without doubt the most efficient way to start moving. What's the situation at Tassistella? Meeting opens up to a forum. You ask for permission to speak in order to find out about the situation at the old headquarters is. What the situation at the old headquarters is. There we go. The sacrifice of Captain Scott and her crew managed to balance the battle. Only a handful of ships guard the destroyer Phoenix, Admiral Naruto's ship. The final attack was powerful enough to pierce their shields and leave the engines completely useless. Excuse me one moment. Sorry about that. I've got a lot of decongestion flowing now that I've been outside with the dog and stuff. If Naruto's is unprotected, we must act as soon as possible. We have information that Admiral Nartos has left the ship to lead the space conquest. But if he thinks we won't act, he underestimates us. We will finish the ship long before they expect it. However, we must be cautious. It could be one more trap from the children. It is possible they're waiting for us to take the bait and kill those of us who are left alive. He's right, we must be certain. Several captains question the wisdom of your proposal. Still others from various parts of the room begin to volunteer for an immediate attack. It's clear that the council will conclude without a conclusion. Admiral Flynn calls over the commotion. I understand your concern. Phoenix is a fearsome enemy and is at our mercy. But we do not know what Admiral Nartos has in store. An improvised attack would be sure to fall into his ambush. Listen to the rest of the hearing. The council concludes and the gigantic hall quickly empties. Continued disagreement undermines your spirits. Far from consolidating you as a unit, the attack had divided you more than you thought. The various groups of captains positioned themselves on different sides, supporting the representatives they thought best qualified for the position of admiral, as much as it bothered them to see Flynn as Admiral of the Republic. Returning the blow to the children was much more important. After hours of debate, Flynn and the rest of the senior officials will start planning the assault. Even if you took your time to ensure the defense was set up, the Republic would make the children pay for everything they had done. Go back to the ship. Alrighty. Exit. You enter the headquarters to meet with Daryl Flynn, the newly appointed Fleet Admiral of the Interstellar Republic, to update him on the status of Genesis. The number of captains is much smaller than those seen in the Council. The delay until the attack on Tacit Stella was making you especially nervous. Waiting too long could be a fatal consequence. Look for Admiral Daryl Flynn. Captain Citadel, good to see you. Captain Scott wouldn't stop talking about you even after she finished your training. She was sure you would go far. Her death has been a hard blow for us, and as I suppose you're aware, the young captains don't talk about anything else. Admiral Xiao may have been the highest authority, but there was no captain more famous and beloved than Jane Scott. I didn't know you had been had a close relationship. That's right, we were great friends. Scott used to ask me for advice regularly whenever she had something on her mind. It's certainly been a devastating loss. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Admiral. We found the Genesis. Flynn couldn't disguise the surprised look on his face. You explained the situation by mentioning the tracker you had placed. Splendid work, Citadel. Recovering the Genesis might give us some advantage. I will need you to recover the Genesis. I will order 2 tow ships to accompany you, led by David Robinson. Your mission will be to secure the ship's anchorage for its transport to the headquarters docks. As you command, Admiral. Exit.
We'll set off immediately. We'll escort you to the ship and begin to dock, sir. Keep your eyes peeled.
Understood, Captain. We'll keep the rear and jump once you confirm the coordinates.
Roger. Crew, to your positions. Our current objective is to recover the Genesis.
So I want to stop at this allied station first, so that I can resupply and fix my hull after my engine issues. And then we will go for the Genesis. I want a nuclear missile, by the way. Really?
Activate the weapons! All crew to battle stations!
Come on. I dislike the fact that I'm getting pounded by missiles. Mines are a very dangerous thing, especially when they're this easy to deploy.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed!
Come on.
Target's neutralized, crew. We're out of danger.
Alrighty. And there you have it. Let's see what we got. Different mine layer. High quality, superior quality. That's going there. Laser cannon. Research. Anyone need healing? Scrap. Scrap. Let's see what this thing does. Oh, that ourselves a laser. Yeah, that's not good.
Control tower, we request
go.
permission to dock.
So where's
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
where's the dock on this one? So it is right here. Oh, come on. Want me to go out further? Fine. Is that how we're doing it? Okay then. Hangar, commercial zone, and the arcade still. Well, we want the commercial zone. Repair. Can I sell? No, I can't. Station. So these are contracts I can take. Delivery. Skyline Apartments at Space Station, Kiragi. Why don't we do this? We're going there anyway. Accept contract. Freighter in distress. Nearby area. Looks at that one too. Get us some extra cash while we're on the way. Oh, both of them are in all of them are in Kiragi. Why won't you? Oh, I was too close to the rest of the system. Emergency signal emitting from by a freighter. So, suspicious activity. Freighter in distress. And then that would be the delivery. So let's go to the suspicious activity first. Because if I'm correct, you have... No, it's... You have the shipyard, okay. So I was wrong. We'll go here, and then we'll go drop off the stuff at the space station. And then from there, it will be the other distress call. Captain, we're receiving an incoming transmission from one of the ships in the area. Copy that, accept the request. A huge man with a long scar running across his face appears on your screen. We see our message has reached you, Citadel. At last, I'll claim my long-awaited revenge. Who are you? The man makes a strange noise that you read as laughter. I knew you wouldn't ignore my call, Citadel. I've been preparing for this battle for years. Today will be the day Captain Zane stands victorious. You and the crew look at each other without understanding what's going on. Seriously, who are you supposed to be? Get ready, comrades. Today we'll toast with the skull of Captain Citadel. The ships are placed in combat formation, ready to fight. Everyone man your battle stations. Come here, you little blugger. One down.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Come on. No, I'm not a huge fan of the laser. I mean, it gets stuff done, but its aiming system is entirely different than the rest of what I use. Again, the voice of the so-called Zane reaches you through the comm. You've beaten me once again, Citadel. But I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. I won't rest until you and yours have been destroyed. Captain Zane will crush you, even if it's the last thing I ever do. Ha 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 ha. Wow, my voice did not like that. You're certain it's the first time you've seen the guy? If you'd ever come across a 6-foot gorilla with a huge scar on his face, you'd remember it. Before you have time to react, you see the warp engines on Zane's ship flare up. Don't let him warp. Ooh. I have jammed the game.
Soon, you'll be nothing but space ash.
We'll see about that. Targets neutralized, crew. We're out of danger.
Yeah, laser's just not my thing. I'll leave it there until I get something to replace it. It's better than nothing, but I'm not feeling lasers. They just aren't there the thing. The thing. You descend to the ship's dining room full of energy. Despite everything that's happened over the past few weeks, you were feeling exceptionally well. For the first time in a while, the hours of sleep had become especially restorative. You enter the room with a spring in your step. Inside, some of the crew says hi, whilst Bauer is serving the trays with the rations. Surprised, you stare at the dish of dehydrated protein that looks much better than usual. It's probably due to hunger, but as soon as you swallow the first spoonful, you can feel a clear improvement in taste. Congratulations, Bauer. It's the first time the protein doesn't taste like cardboard. We have changed the protein brand, Captain. There were none of the usual brand left in the last warehouse Miller and I visited when resupplying the ship. We thought it wouldn't make much of a difference, but I'm glad you liked them. From now on, I think we'll buy these. You catch yourself grabbing seconds. Food on a warship was not meant to be exceptionally good beyond providing all the necessary nutrients. Finding a non-perishable food source that also had more taste than wet paper had been a great find. As the crew speaks, you stay thoughtful until Miller addresses you, returning you back to your reality. What is that, Captain? You look towards the direction Miller is looking at, and you see the ancient tablet that you rescued from the abandoned ship just a few days ago on the table. Maybe one of the crew members could clarify what it was. I took it from the looter ship. Thought it might be valuable. Do any of you know what it is exactly? Bauer, I have no idea where... The crew shrugs. Bauer, I have no idea where it may have come from, but I know someone who might. An old partner of mine runs an antique shop in Fora Melody. Maybe he could lend a hand. That got you curious. The tablet itself was not particularly remarkable, apart from its engravings and ancient appearance, but there was the possibility that it was much more valuable than it seemed. If it was some lost treasure worth a fortune, it wouldn't hurt to know. Okay, we'll make a visit. Okay. There we go. Now it's working. Salvage. Light Cannon of the Republic. Marks a bajillion. 38, 15, 44. 67, 14, 22. Light Cannon of the Republic, Light Cannon of the Republic, Cannon of the Republic. Oh, there we go. 67, yeah. Okay, departments. Anything to research? No. Build. Guided missile launcher. Still don't have what I need. Might just be a better idea to buy that material. Oh, the antique shop. So first we're gonna go to the delivery, because I want to repair. Then we can check out the antique shop. Next would be the freighter in distress. And probably repairs again.
Seriously? Another interception? We'll finish you off and spend your credits on updates.
Come on, you little bugger.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Well, I just ran into my own mine, so they do attack me as well. Good to know.
Great job, crew. We did it.
There we go.
Control tower, we request permission to dock.
Welcome, Captain. Dock at the assigned bay, please.
So you can park out in the middle of nowhere and auto park helps you out a ton. Good to know. And for those of you worried about the dog, I can hear him barking in the background, so I think he's fine. Things to buy. Higher quality launcher rocket system. Version, positions of shield, blah blah blah. Shield inverter mark blah. Wow. So systems. What does this thing do? Does it? Yeah. Inverts the positions of shields. Okay. So if, say, my front shields are down, it replaces them with my back shields. And vice versa. Researchable. I think I'm actually going to turn it into the research department. Anyone needed for sick bay? Scrap shop. We do have a bunch of scrap. Alright. So now we go to the station. Launcher system. Accept. You only got one of them? Dang. Light plasma cannon. Light cannon of the Republic. I got engineers and stuff too if I really want to pick up people. I am going to replace T954. I like the missiles better than the laser cannon. Anything? Nope, can't research it. Might as well sell her then. Light plasma cannon. And yeah, Cannon of the Republic. Shield generator normal quality systems. Shield generator high quality. No point wasting money on it. Alright, let's go make this delivery. You arrive at the apartment block and start looking at the numbers of the apartments. From afar, you see the number that corresponds with the package ordered by a man who goes by Dr. Chaos. You ring the bell and a small slit opens in the door. Dr. Chaos. Stupid mortal, who dares to disturb the one and only Dr. Chaos? You've got your dirty magazines, pervert. It's either that or we bring the package that you ordered. Hey, you good-for-nothing courier. Nobody dares to talk like that to Dr. Chaos. My vengeance will be terrible. Your blood will be spilled among the stars. You can already hear the war engines of the spaceships flying swiftly at the arrival of their leader. Waylon's mother. Waylon, what's all that noise? Waylon, nothing, mother. Someone got the wrong address. The door slit closes and the door opens silently. Alright, just give me the package and leave, please. If my mother comes down and sees the magazine, she'll get pissed. I never thought that a human would be interested in these magazines. The question is, how could a real man not be interested in something like that? The perfection of a robot, the beauty of a woman. It's the ideal combination, a creation worthy of the gods, that will never complain nor bite the hand that feeds it. It would make my bed, help me shower, and wouldn't make me cry before going to bed. Tell your mom not to leave you alone with electrical appliances. If you want one so much, why don't you buy one? It's against my beliefs to participate in this capitalistic system that crushes the soul of a man. Besides, Mom doesn't give me enough cash for me to afford a new one. Maybe if you had a spare one, we could make some type of deal. What about, let's say, 900 credits? Dr. Chaos won't forget his friends. The man blushes and looks at you expectantly. I'll see what I can do. What did I just agree to? You and your hobbies, man. All right, so I have repaired. Let's get out of here. A girlfriend for Waylon. Obtain a robo-wife at the space station in Sector Ryle. I'm gonna have to do that. Let's look at the antique shop. The Genesis can wait. Robot girlfriend. Wow. Robo-wife. You're on board the bridge when you hear the gate's server motor. It's crew member Pavlov who addresses you. Pavlov. Captain, Ashley's awake. She's somewhat disoriented, but she's out of danger. Ashley was the girl you had saved in District 8. You found her convulsing in her boyfriend's apartment barely a minute before you could stabilize her. Go and talk to Ashley. You arrive at the sickbay. You find her sitting on her stretcher. Whatever it was the medical team had done to her, she had a better appearance now. Ashley was a young woman in her early 20s, with soft features and bright blonde hair. You would have sworn to have seen her somewhere, but you don't know where. Hey, you're the captain, aren't you? Can you explain what's happening? What have you done with my clothes? Oh God, I can't believe you stripped me and put on this horrible white coat. You're saying it as if it's a life or death decision. Don't worry, our medical team is very professional. Well, and who are you supposed to be? You don't look like pirates. Pirates with good tastes, at least? Can someone tell me what I'm doing here? It may have looked as if she wasn't, but she was nervous. She kept talking and making comments about absolutely everything, probably to seem less terrified, although it just had the opposite effect. Explain the situation. Barry, damn bastard. How did he let me try that? It almost killed me. Well, Barry, good luck in the 8th district. This girl has just become a member of the Republic under the command of the famous Captain. What was your name again? The situation begins to tire you. You would give anything for a pirate ambush at this time. Everything seems easier when you can shoot your problems in the face. So agreed. I think you've misunderstood me. The girl is silent, at least. A very brief oasis of silence. Come on, I don't have anywhere to go. Take me with you. We'll live cozy adventures. Ashley and her comrades save the universe. Ashley and her team discover a new inhabited galaxy. Captain Ashley to the rescue. Gulp. Now she seems offended. Hey, as if I was annoying or something. You'll see, I'll become the most useful crew member of them all. Maybe in the end you'll even decide to put me in charge of the ship, Captain. You can't stand it any longer. Okay, Ashley, we'll give you a test. If within 3 days you still want to sign up, I'll let you join us. You knew her little dream wouldn't last for long. Once she saw what life on the ship was like, it wouldn't take long for her to beg for you to take her back home. Why don't you start by helping Maida? I love these little interactions that they give you. It adds so much to the world. In another playthrough I had, I wasn't able to save Ashley, and the boyfriend came on my ship to sober up, clean up, and then would become one of my crew members, was the plan. Okay. Antique shop hangar. Sorry about that. My mic doesn't pause the instant I hit the button, unfortunately. You open the antique shop's door and hear the bells hanging on the frame ring. The shop was not dissimilar from what you had imagined it like. The dust piles up over almost 100 extravagant-looking objects. You walk the halls with the tablet in your hands while you look at some of the antiques. You never paid special attention to antiques, but it was hard not to be curious about where they came from. A man comes out with a friendly smile. Owner of the antique shop. Hello, can I help you with something? Greetings, I am Carl Citadel, captain of the Interstellar Republic. The man seems somewhat surprised. Edmund Glautz. Glautz? At your service, Captain. What brought you to my store? Edmund notices the tablet under your arm while waiting for your answer. One of my crew said that you may be said that maybe you could help me. Man arches an eyebrow as you explain what happened with the tablet and leads you to the back room where he seems to have a small workshop. On the walls, you can see large magnifiers and other restoration tools. Edmund picks up a few books from the central table to make room for the tablet. Pulls out a magnifying glass with a flashlight and a brush from a shelf and begins to check the tablet carefully. Well, do you know where it came from? Do you think it is of any value? Do you know where it came from? The man remains silent and completely paralyzed. Edmund? Wow, for a second I thought it was something big. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Captain, but there's no doubt that this is a forgery. Of course, of exceptional quality. So you know what this is about? It is a rather convincing recreation of a ceremonial tablet of the ancient tribe known as the Dysmorphs? Originally from Ethos, extinct long before the appearance of space travel. I can't tell you much more. Only about a dozen remains of their civilization have been found. All we know about them has been thanks to the transcription of a handful of anthropological texts collected from ancient Ethos libraries. Tell me more. It's not like I'm a specialist, and to tell the truth, I don't think there exists an expert on the subject in the entire galaxy. The majority of the texts have been lost to time. The only thing that is left of them is no more than mere notes or mentions in old books. You could even access them in the Galactic Database through the Ansible on your ship. The little we know is that they were a fairly small tribal civilization prior to space colonization. You think anyone might be interested? Among some of my clients are reputed historians who would pay a fortune for a real piece. Being such a high-quality forgery, you could surely find some interested buyer, but for an astronomically lower amount. Best I can do is 500 credits. You could sell it right now and forget about it, but you don't know if it would be worth it. Seeing the man's reaction when he had inspected it more thoroughly, you suspect it's not even close to being a fair deal. If your suspicions were true, you were sure you could earn a lot more by selling it on your own. I'm sure you can get more out of it. That's a lot more. Alright, I can go as high as 800, but that's my last offer. For that little, I'm not willing to sell it. You turn around to exit the shop and hear Edmund calling you from the counter. Wait, Captain, I'll offer 15,000 credits. His tone was much more desperate than his initial offer. Judging by his interest, it was not difficult to suspect that the man was much more interested in acquiring the tablet than he had initially seemed. Sold, or I'll find a buyer on my own. I don't like that I found it on a ship that had that was a ghost ship, and I found it in my hands, not sure when I picked it up, and it appeared on the table in the mess, and that it was used to beat one of my crew. That all concerns me rather heavily. So getting it off my ship sounds like a good decision. And 15,000 credits is nothing to scoff at, excuse me. Scarf is eating, scoff is, yeah. It's one of those moments where I wish I could ask chat for directions. But there is no one in chat, really, it seems. Though if someone is, I'm more than happy to listen. Da-dum. Keep or sell? Keep it on the ship, sell it. Keep it on the ship, sell it. I'll find a buyer on my own. You exit the antique shop with the tablet. If Edmund was so interested in acquiring it, it was likely worth much more than what he had told you. You didn't want to distrust him, but the possibility that the tablet was authentic existed, in which case, if what he told you was true, you could get a lot of credits for it. We'll investigate more about it on the ship. The other thing too is like if he'd come clean and said, "Yeah, I lied about it. Could you please sell it to me?" That's one thing, but he obviously wanted it. Research journal. Investigate the articles related to the Dasmorph on the ancient tablet in the Galactic Database. Bridge. Take advantage of the break to investigate the ancient tablet. Take advantage of the free time to clarify some of the unknowns surrounding the tablet. That stone tile had become quite interesting to you. Your thoughts were often scattered, thinking where it might have come from, or what its strange engravings might mean. Edmund Glotz's interest in buying it made you suspect that the tablet was real, and not a faithful forgery, as he had assured. He may have been a man of antiquities, but he still had a lot to learn about negotiation before he could fool you. I need to access the Galactic Database. The intelligence system responds with joy. Its tone was as neutral as ever, but after so many years at your service, you had learned to distinguish clearly when it was in a good mood. Of course, Captain. I will activate the systems on your command. But I must remind you that the use of the Ansible in mid-flight will cause a decrease in the ship's available power while in use. The Ansible had been one of the greatest discoveries of the galaxy, an almost instantaneous communication system that enabled all information to be transmitted between terminals on any planet and station under the influence of the Interstellar Republic. As Maya had mentioned, its use involved enormous energy consumption, which would force you to reduce the consumption of the rest of the systems to a minimum. In any case, it would only be a few minutes, and the radars did not indicate the presence of other ships in the vicinity. Acknowledge. Activate the doohickey. Immediately, the power to the lights drops drastically, and some of the secondary subsystems stop working completely. Tell me, Captain, what are you looking for? As you rummage through the millions of articles that mention the unknown race and their civilization, you briefly explain to Maya all that Edmund had told you. Within a few seconds, a couple of files appear on your terminal's screen. Maya's processing capacity could be useful in the most varied situations. Filtering complete, Captain. I've taken the liberty of transcribing the most noteworthy fragments. Thank you, Maya. Let's take a look. Excerpt from Article 3.28 of the Lost Texts of Ethos by Dr. Harry O'Donnell. A collection of notes compiled from ancient manuscripts in the monasteries of Ozoros Ethos. After the analysis, we confirmed the veracity of the notes collected prior to the space expansion, which are dated with a galactic date of approximately mid-0452. Referring to them as dysmorphs. Dysmorphs? The texts recall a series of abstract illustrations related to an ancient civilization hailing from the stars. Several unreadable entries appear at the footer. It appears to be some type of runic writing. We tried to compile it with other languages of the planet, but we have not found any matches. Continue reading. Not much information about them is available except for the description of some rituals that reveal a tribal aspect. Also outstanding are figures of strange wind instruments similar to transverse flutes present throughout the pages, found together with what appears to be a rudimentary method of musical script. The extracts collected speak of some kind of cult in which the music pieces mentioned above intervene. The team's anthropologist had heated debates during the investigation, but there seems to be a widespread view that they practiced some kind of primitive religion. I apologize for my reading skills. They're getting worse, too. Excuse me. Of greater interest than all matters about their rituals or society, we are surprised by the dissonance set out in the document. Assuming its alien character based on differentiation with all life forms on the planet, we cannot help but question how it may have been possible that such an advanced life form could have reached Ethos. Among the different fragments, you can observe some translations of the original notes with the illustrations described by Dr. O'Donnell. You immediately recognize one of the images on the mirror of a mural virtually identical to the engravings on the tablet. Have you found anything else, Maya? Apparently, years after the writing of the article, a team of researchers followed Dr. O'Neill's lead to Ethos to find out more about these dimorphians mentioned in his publications. I have not found anything relevant about the two people in charge of the project, Dr. Mike Brooks or Dr. Franz Clifford, with the exception of the scan of some pages from Clifford's journal. I've downloaded a copy to your terminal, Captain. I think you should check it out. Excerpt. Okay, I've got what we need. Now what? Girlfriend. So let's go to the freighter in distress, and then we'll go get the girlfriend, and then we'll go to the Genesis. Robo-wife. The Robo-wife thing does bear an interesting question.
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
So I finally got missiles, so I can show you how those work. And what you'll see is I'm launching missiles. And they go into the air. And hit whatever I'm shooting at. Oh, I'm not progressing forward. This is where that clicking system comes in of mine that I use. Strategy. I just keep tapping the button, and I tap slow enough, hopefully, that the guns don't overheat.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Ouch! I love the coolant system. Looks like he's got a shotgun of some kind. I hit one of my own mines, damn it. There we go.
Target's neutralized, crew. We're out of danger.
Alright. Let's see what we got. Normal, high, departments, research, shield, yay, scrap, scrap, scrap it all, sick bay, nope, engineering, nope. Alrighty. Away we go. Still got a distress signal to check out. Oh. Take the opportunity to take a walk on the deck of the ship. You hate to admit it, but Ashley had done a splendid job. Not only had she helped the various crew members in their duties, but she was also managing to take inventory of the hold. You knock on her cabin door to let her know you're coming in, and Ashley greets you with a smile from ear to ear. Good morning, Captain. Is there anything else to do? We could start with shooting practice. I would have liked to have had some of your weapons on more than one occasion. The girl raises her arms as she winks and shoots her finger at you with a ridiculous sound. We need to talk. Her face changes immediately. It's not fair. You said if I followed your orders on this ship, you'd let me stay. That wasn't what you said at all. But it didn't matter either. The point is, you couldn't go back and forth with her behind you. Going around with such a young, uneducated girl would be a danger to herself. You're still very young. That's not fair. Even Zoe is younger than me. Zoe, unlike you, she has nowhere else to go. I never would have let her get on the ship if it hadn't been a do or die option. You're still young and have your whole life ahead of you. If in the future you want to join the Republic, you can do it. But first, you'll have to go back home. Fix things with your family. Ashley's quiet for a few seconds. Okay, let me stay a few more days. I swear, a few more days, and I'll go back to my parents. Please. Alright, just a few days. But promise me you'll be careful. freighter in distress. In front of you there are pirate ships surrounding your cargo ship. As soon as they detect your presence, they open communications. Greetings, Captain. I imagine you're here because you have received a request for help from this transport ship. I'm afraid you have been the victim of a deception. The corrupt company to which this ship belongs owes a large amount to our organization. We do not intend to hurt anyone. We only want to take what is ours. Give me more details. This transport company has been making deals with pirates and smugglers for a long time to carry out some shady tasks. If you help us to recover the debt, we will give you a part of the profits as a reward. We promise that no one will be hurt. The captain of the cargo ship enters the communication. What the hell are you waiting for, Captain? The duty of the Republic fleet is to protect ships like ours. Kill them all at once. I want to support the pirates, but I just can't. The ship of the Republic cannot support a pirate boarding, although doing that protects some. Ship of the Republic fleet cannot support a pirate boarding, although doing that protects some criminals. You decide to port this cargo ship, and you give orders to start the attack.
Activate the shields! All hands to battle stations!
This will be your last battle, Captain.
I'll make sure to end you quickly!
One
One of
down.
the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Alright.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Come on, you little blighter. Damn it. That hurts.
That
Not
hurts.
I need to put in for repairs.
done. May, send a damage report to my terminal immediately.
Captain of the freighter contacts you at the end of the battle. Thanks, Captain. Don't believe what the pirates said. Everything is a lie. We work for an honest and legal transport company. Here you have the reward for your magnificent work. Accept. Because that doesn't seem like bribery at all. Here's some credits for your trouble, Captain. Please leave us alone. Rocket system? 54. 20. I like that better. R80. Departments. Repeating cannon. Pulse mines, normal quality. What have I got? High quality. What the hey. Anyone for sick bay? Anyone for scrap? Additional small reactor located outside of the ship. Added reaction. Blah, blah. Power the engines and offers a greater speed in combat, making our ship more difficult to hit. Yeah, no. Girlfriend. You know, with the whole Wayland thing, they had to have done that to make fun of Alien, I would assume, or pick at Alien with the whole Wayland Yutani and how Wayland used androids all the time and stuff. That's my assumption, at least. I don't know that for sure. Nope. So yeah, we could do these little side missions all day. I'm gonna focus on getting through some of my quests rather than just going to all the distress signals and stuff.
Republic ship requesting docking permission, please.
Station control tower here. Dock at the assigned bay. Over.
There we go. Bodak Applications Factory, Arcade, Commercial Zone, Hangar. Let's go to the Commercial Zone first. repair. Next, the Robotic Applications Factory. Factory is far away from the central zone. After a long walk, you finally reach the industrial zone where it's located. You can hear the factory extractors absorbing copious amounts of pollution from the air, forming a black dense cloud. You go into the lobby where a custodial robot waits on you. Robot receptionist. Good evening, Captain. Well, evening or whatever time it is. It's hard to distinguish what time it is when you've spent your entire life inside this gigantic can of sardines that people call home. Hehe. Oh, you don't get it that? Don't worry. It was just a little friendly bit of banter. Now, tell me, in what way can I help you? I'm looking for a robo-wife, the KL4163 model. You're a robot? Yes, and a pretty handsome one, if I may say so myself. The robot makes an attempt at what seems to be a laugh, but it sounds extremely insincere. Is this the first time you've seen a robot in the flesh? Well, you know what I mean. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen a robot. Terrible. I've never seen one with such terrible humor. Of course not. I've seen plenty of robots. Are you going to stare at me all day, or do you need help with something? I'm looking for a robo-wife. Oh, you have good tastes. The KL41R3 model is one of our star products. Reliable, resistant, and economic. You won't find a better robo-wife, no doubt about it. It is now available with a wide variety of exchangeable modules. The robot opens up his jacket and hands you a pamphlet from his chest as he continues ranting about the sales program. Completely customizable, and I bet you're asking yourself, how much does happiness cost? Well, it's a lot cheaper than you think. Now the model only costs 1,000 credits. Great, now let's talk seriously. How much does it really cost? No! Damn you. I'm sorry, but we cannot discount it anymore. Couldn't I get it cheaper? There could be a way. We've received numerous refunds for certain incidences. I could sell you one of those models at a reduced price. To be honest, it's more affordable for us to create a new one than to find and fix whatever it is that's generating errors in these models. I must advise you that Robo Appliances will not be responsible under any circumstances for any mutilations, burns, deaths, or any damage that is produced that this product may incur. These eccentric models of RoboWives are samples used for expositions. Once activated, we are no longer liable. That's unacceptable. I'm afraid you don't give me many options. Would you like to purchase one of the new models? Alright, I'll purchase one of the new models. Thanks for trusting in Robot Applications. You've just bought a high quality product. We hope you enjoy your merchandise. Come back soon. Thank you. Someone will enjoy this. Well, that happened. Suspicious activity, distress signal. Meh. We'll go to the map. And we'll go to Kalagi. There's some missions there to accomplish anyway. I can't be the only captain in the star system. And I do have orders to recover the Genesis, so that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Why do you come out in the middle of a debris field? That seems incredibly dangerous. Suspicious activity? Let's go to one of these suspicious activities first. See what there is here. Command bridge airlock opens and Edwards addresses you. Sir, I brought the reports you requested. Without looking away from the terminal, you respond without too much enthusiasm. Leave them on the table. I'll check them right now. You didn't hear an answer. You look over your shoulder and see the crew member standing completely still as he caresses the old tablet you left on the table. You wouldn't know how to explain the why, but that didn't sit well with you. What are you doing? Crew member looks at you and answers calmly. The rest of the crew and I have noticed that lately you seem to keep the tablet away, always near you, sir. Tell me, what's so special about it? That's what I'm trying to find out. Maybe I could help you. Let me take it for a while. Maybe I can find out more about it. Without a word, you approach him and raise your hands with the intent of taking the tablet, when suddenly Edwards grabs one of your wrists firmly. Come on, Captain. I'm sure I can help you. What do you think you're doing? Crew member's expression changes and they let you go right away. I'm sorry, Captain. It was not my intention. I'll overlook it, Edwards. You've been under a lot of stress lately, but do something like that again, and I assure you that you will never serve on a ship again for the rest of your life. Yes, Captain, I assure you I did not mean to. And now get back to work. Crew member exits the room, and you take a few minutes to calm down. You knew Edwards, or at least you thought you did. The disrespect shown towards you had left you completely out of place. As you keep pacing around, your eyes begin squinting and you start to feel the accumulation of sleep deprivation. I'll finish what I'm doing and retire to my quarters. I don't like this. As soon as you arrive in the area, you can distinguish a merchant freighter surrounded by a few pirate ships. Everything indicates that the distress signal comes from him. Without having much time to think, they start to open fire against the merchant freighter. We must help them.
Activate the shields. Let's finish them off.
Damn. Freighter just got destroyed.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Looks to be the same type of ship that I'm flying. Well, that's a thing. It didn't quite go as planned, but oh well. Shield Inverter Mark II. What the hey? We'll research it. You want for sick bay? What about scrap? Yeah, we got scrap. Oh boy, do we have scrap. Wedding night? Okay! I'm gonna go do the other suspicious activity. And then we'll go do wedding night. Did we just come out? Well, while we're here. I've got a point. Luck, leadership. We'll put it in the. Let's do leadership. Wolfgang, you've got a point too. Projectiles. Energy weapons. Crafting, scrapping. Crafting. Medicine. Shields. Salvage. Medicine. Okay. You. So after the exhaustion of the last few days, you need to rest to get back on track for the track. Rest for a while the crew takes care of everything for a few hours. After a long day, you retire to your cabin. Your body feels exhausted. After so many hours alert, you trigger the opening of the hatch with the touch panel and remove your uniform while preparing the clothes for the next day. You wrestle with the bed sheets for a while until you finally fall asleep. You go back to the ship's dining room whilst watching the lights on the walls. They blink over and over until they completely turn off after you pass. You're lost, and the path you've always followed seems confusing now. You run as fast as you can in an endless hallway. You turn to the right to get out of that loop until you reach the dining room, which is completely empty. Where's the crew? You wonder while you hear Maya sound the alarm. You're under attack. You must return to the command bridge immediately. The doors don't open. There's no need to open them. You're already on the bridge. Who's sitting in your chair? The person turns around and smiles. The smile freezes your blood. You don't recognize this face, despite it being very familiar. Wait, of course you recognize the face. It's... You wake up soaked in sweat while Maya complains. Captain, you are more than half an hour late. The crew is waiting for you. I had a purely strange dream. You get dressed as fast as you can and head for the deck to meet the crew, who should have been waiting for you. You run out of the cabin while you're still packing your uniform jacket. packing your uniform jacket and down the stairs to the work area. Foul odor invades your senses as soon as you get to the room. You are completely paralyzed as you watch your crew chatter in a trivial manner without seeing you. Their faces are completely disfigured, forming a strange amalgam of vivid colors that seem to change as they move. One of them is heading towards you, although you only recognize the crew member because of the badge on the uniform. Why did you do this to us, Captain? Has lost an attribute, exhausted. Wake up. You wake up in the darkness of your cabin, feeling quite upset. You immediately look at the time and realize with relief that there are still a couple of hours left before you have to get up. You turn around again while you put your pillow back together and dive back into your dreams. Maya wakes you up at the set time, and it takes you a while to figure out what's going on. You remember in a distant way the strange nightmares you had, but in spite of everything, the rest had been especially refreshing. You get ready to go back to the bridge and get out of your cabin in high spirits, ready for a new day's work. Gain the attribute Bargainer. Store prices are reduced by 15%. Okay. So that was the thing. So if I go here, whoops, here. So I'm still hungover. Manual load. Trigger happy. They're jamming our engines, Captain.
We'll finish you off and spend your credits on updates.
Dang, that's painful.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed!
You're a big bugger. I do not like the unwanted attention.
Excellent work, team. Are you all okay?
Alright. See where we're at. Accept. Anyone for sick bay? Nope. Seem good. 2 ships cut you off an open communication channel. At last we found you, Captain. We have sent several days following your trail. You answered annoyed. Reception of an Interstellar Republic ship is a crime. What do you want? You seem to be carrying something of great value, Captain. I am afraid that our client has a vested interest in your cargo. Surrender the tablet and we will allow you to carry on. You are a tad late. We no longer are in possession of the tablet. After a negative response, the captain of the enemy ship replies angrily, I will not repeat myself again. Give us the tablet or suffer the consequences. The ships are moving to take position in battle. I told you we don't have it. Take your battle stations. I shall use you for salvage if nothing else.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
I kind of like the mines. They're just wanky enough, weird enough, wonky, that's the word I wanted, wonky enough to fit my style. Just messing with people. That is just brutal.
Great job, crew. We did it.
Alright, I gotta check something too while I'm at it. These rocket system. Rocket system. They aren't guided missiles. That's what I'm missing. Superior. Cool weapon system CL-24 cooler Mark 3 Mark 1. Light plasma. Light plasma. 1168. Research. Light Cannon of the Republic. What is this? Light Cannon of the Republic Mark 3, 6714. Nowhere near acceptable. Ouch. Superior normal. Yeah, the normal goes away. So I need to replace the rockets with guided missiles when I get the chance. And now we know someone's after the tablet, so that's helpful. Not. You keep your sight fixed on the terminal monitor while you watch the power levels fluctuate. The writing of reports was certainly one of the most boring tasks of a captain of the Republic, but necessary. You had spent some hours on it, but it is becoming impossible to concentrate on it any longer. Instead of writing, you find yourself absorbed in the hypnotic energy program until Maya's voice surprises you. Captain, we have a problem with the reactor room. Seems to be no problem with the power levels. You're just done talking when Maya just goes on. It's Mita, Captain. Crew member Pavlov has reported seeing him near the reactor room without the protective suit. Pavlov asked me to call you immediately whilst pursuing Medea. The generators that provide the ship with the energy needed to operate were stable and fairly secure as long as they were used with the relevant protective equipment. Although the room itself contained much of the radiation emitted, it was more than advisable not to run through the nearby corridors without wearing the protective gear. It's dangerous. Close the reactor airlocks immediately. Tell him to get out immediately. I'm afraid that it is too late. I assumed that Pavlov might deter Mita, but the opening of the reactor room was activated just a minute ago. I've checked the camera system and he is already inside, Captain. I've warned Mita several times to come out, but it seems to fall on deaf ears. At this rate, it's just a few minutes. The radiation will have destroyed his immune system, causing death. Maya activates the reactor room camera on all of the monitors on the bridge, and you can see the crew member Mita looking directly at it. On his face, you can tell there's a slight smile on his lips. You get up as fast as you can, cursing all the way. Run to the reactor room. You run all the way to one of the engine rooms that precedes the reactor, where you find the crew forming a circle. Without saying anything, you move them out of the way to find Pavlov laying on the ground, face completely bloodied. You raise your voice. What the hell is going on here? Pavlov responds as well as he can while choking on the blood from his nose, probably broken. It was Mita, Captain. He's gone completely mental. I found Mita on the way to the reactor room without the protective suit, and I tried to stop him after I told Maya. As soon as I caught him up, I was hit with one of the tools with no hesitation. We have to get our suits on and get Mita out of there. Hurry up. You leave the crew behind until you get to the reactor room door, and you see Mita turned around through the porthole of the hatch that separates you from the radiation emitting source. He remains completely still while observing the core of the energy system. You yell at him to come back right away several times, but he doesn't seem to hear you. No wonder. The hatch had been made to contain radiation from a reactor. That sound couldn't get through. It didn't surprise you at all. Desperate, you hit the containment crystals several times without getting an answer. If you wanted to get to him, you'd have to go into the room, but you knew it was a big risk. The amount of radiation inside was enough to kill an adult in just a few minutes. That they had endured so much was a miracle. The crew member falls on his knees on the ground. You know there's not much time. Enter the room. Irradiated. Crew are more likely to be injured. Ugh. Disabling security protocol, you enter the room without any protection. You immediately notice the scorching heat running down to the last inch of your body. How could Mita have lasted so long there? You're under the crew member who is lying on the ground, a sigh of relief. The face was raw and full of red rashes from the burns, but despite everything, he is still breathing. It's all right, Mita. I'll get you out of here. Mita deliriously responds with a calm smile before fainting. Don't worry, Captain. It's all a dream. Has gained a new attribute, irradiated. So it's easier for me. Crew are more likely. So because I got irradiated, my crew is more likely to be injured. I don't like that, but exit the reactor room. You put the crew member on your back and leave the reactor room to meet with the rest of the crew waiting outside. Captain, that was crazy. We will take Mita to the infirmary. Go decontaminate immediately. You shouldn't have entered the reactor room without the protective suit. Pavlov was right, but there was no alternative. You knew just a few more minutes would have been decisive. Taking the risk of saving a member of your crew showed perfectly just what kind of captain you are. Take me to the infirmary immediately. Before returning to the bridge, you pass through the decontamination room, where you discard your uniform and enter the booth. As the water falls on you, you have some time to think about what has happened. That didn't make sense. Why would Mita go into the reactor room unprotected, knowing the consequences? Even if he really wanted to end his own life, there were easier and painless methods. Whatever it was, he was still alive thanks to you. You get out of the booth and get dressed. You don't know if it's the result of tension or radiation itself, but you're starting to feel exhausted. Maybe you can take advantage of the calm and get some sleep before you go back to work. Rest. After a long day, you retire to your cabin. Your body feels exhausted. After so many hours alert, you trigger the opening of the hatch with the touch panel and remove your uniform and prepare your clothes for the next day. You rustle the bed sheets, blah blah. The intense heat makes you barely able to breathe. How long were you in the desert? Days? Weeks? Your head hurts. You're thirsty. You fall on all fours as a result of dehydration and look up. You're here. A great fountain lacquered in pure gold. With your last strength, you run to it and stick your head inside, trying to swallow more water than you're capable of. You lose your footing and fall to the bottom. Darkness. No. A blinding light. A heavy chant. You look up to the sky. The stars are gone. A shadow invites you to follow it. You run through the void to some ruins where the shadow slows down. Why did you bring me here? You try to talk, but no sound comes out of your mouth. You're underwater. You're drowning. The flames rise to the sky. They dance. They dance with each other. The shadow turns around and you can see its face. You don't recognize this face, despite it being very familiar. Wait, of course you recognize it. It's... Wake up. You wake up in the darkness of your cabin, feeling quite upset. You immediately look at the time and realize with relief that there are still a couple of hours left before you have to get up. You turn around again, put your pillow back together, and go back to sleep. Maya wakes you up, blah blah blah. Has gained a new attribute, reckless, increases the agility of the ship. Get back to the bridge. Ship cells. The assailant who attacked you on the drifting ship is waiting in his cell. Maybe he can shed some light on the nightmares and the strange behavior of the crew. You go back to the ship's cell to speak with the tablet's plunderer again. The first time you visited him, you had barely understood a word of what he had said. But little by little, everything seemed to start to make sense. Ever since you found the tablet, you've been having strange nightmares. Your dreams are chilling and convoluted, and it was increasingly difficult for you to distinguish them from reality. Stranger events had also taken place among the crew, which were becoming more and more difficult to explain. Maybe it was the bewilderment or the desperation to seek an answer, but whatever it was, you were standing in front of the brig door ready to try again. Head to the man's cell. You slow down in front of the cell's force field and watch him for a few seconds in silence. The man keeps his back to you while he brushes his fingers across the wall as if he's trying to draw something. Maybe that had been a mistake. I've come back for answers. Completely quiet, he looks over his shoulder till he notices you and keeps doing his own thing. In any case, he seemed more active than the first time you spoke with him. That was a good sign. Ever since you were arrested, the crew has been acting strangely. It may be crazy, but I'm starting to think that the tablet you were holding when we caught you has something to do with it. The prisoner starts scribbling on the wall in a frenzied way, so fiercely that you start to see a little blood trail following the trace of his finger. Besides, there are dreams. The man suddenly stops. He speaks to you. He whispers to you. Why do you do it? You mean the tablet? A man observes, thirsty for blood. A thousand eyes watch. A name from something unspeakable. Haven't you seen him? At the bottom of the stars, where humanity has rested for millennia. Are you willing to sacrifice yourself? I don't understand a word you're saying. The man continues to draw frantically as his pace increases. A grain of sand within the desert, a dream without form, without importance, past, present, and future, undisturbed, indomitable. Sleep while you dream while you sleep. Do you hear the music? Okay, this was a bad idea. The man continues to draw frantically. Grain of sand, very bad idea. He turns around, showing his face, and your heart skips a beat. The features of the man you captured have disappeared, and instead you can see a very familiar female face. Her intense eyes pierce yours as she advances towards you without ceasing to speak. This time with the voice of Captain Scott herself. Over the vast darkness, where dreams converge, there is no time, there is no life. Men and women cry. The stars have gone out, or perhaps they never existed. She gets closer and closer, being just a couple of steps away from the force field that keeps her confined. Stay away, shoot. Stay away. The beginning of the whole flies fast towards the end as the flutes play so that he does not wake up. They keep him asleep. Do you hear their music? Against all logic, she crosses the force field without suffering the slightest damage and reaches you. You're trying to move, but you're completely paralyzed. Scott puts one of her hands on your neck while she stabs you in the abdomen with her abdomen, and you hear her whisper, "Dreams have no form." You fall dead to the ground. Silence welcomes you, and your eyesight gets cloudy. As everything turns black, you can clearly see the figures Scott has been drawing on the walls and distinguish 5 letters between all the symbols. Hydra. An intense breath of air resonates on the bridge as you sit up. You immediately get out of your chair and throw up the dehydrated proteins you ingested that morning. Once again, everything had been a nightmare. Lately, they were becoming too frequent and especially vivid. All related to that damn tablet you picked up. Get back to work. Oh, good. We might not have to worry about, like, any of this.
Republic ship requesting docking permission, please.
Welcome, Captain. Dock at the assigned bay, please.
There's a bay that's been assigned. Oh, there it is. Not bad. Anyway, we might not have to worry about the war or anything like that, as whatever this is trying to disturb us. Commercial zone. Oh yeah, the apartments. Hangar. Repair. Light plasma cannon. Accept. Light cannon of the Republic, mark whatever. Superior. High. You get sold. Accept. Iron reactor. I'm just gonna scrap the iron reactor, actually. It's not worth much in the way of creds. Oh, let's deliver the Robo-Wife. You once again arrive at Wayland's apartment, aka Dr. Chaos. The door slit opens a few centimeters and you hear a voice. Well, if it isn't the captain, my dear friend. I can't really reveal anything about my plan to dominate the universe, but I'll have you know men will cry and weep like little children trying to hide from the fearsome evil of Dr. Chaos, while the women wait in line to be with me. But I won't be within their reach. Oh no. Only the most beautiful and loyal women will be worthy to be called my queen. An honest, noble woman with brown, silky hair, just like my mother. Wayland, time to go to bed. Have you brushed your teeth? Here you go, your brand new Robo-Wife. Awesome, my own KL-41R3. You've done well, Captain. Dr. Chaos will always remember your services. Once I've conquered the galaxy, I'll make sure that you are rewarded generously. And now you can leave. I must take my wife to my room to show her the details of my master plan. I kind of wanted to just get out of here. Here you go, the 500 credits we agreed on. It's nice to deal with such helpful people. You could have a spot on my War Council, Captain. Now leave. Good luck, you're going to need it. Do you want the first thing your Robo-Wife sees to be me spanking you in front of your mother? Good luck, you're gonna need it. I just got an achievement on my end. Defective delivery. I mean, to each their own. Alright, let's go see about the Genesis, finally. Things like irradiated that I want to get rid of. Now what? Nothing? Then we'll keep going. The voice coming from outside the bridge draws your attention, and you leave what you're doing to see what it's about. The hatch opens, and when you go through, you can see the back of one of your crew members just before you turn around one of the corners. Confused, you're just Maya. Maya, is something happening? There's no response. Follow the crew member. You go down the deck through the main stairs looking for one of your crew, which you can't find a trace of. The best thing would be to keep an eye on the artificial intelligence system's core's room, excuse me. The chances that Maya was malfunctioning were astronomically low, but not zero. If the system was experiencing errors, the rest of the crew would probably be there trying to figure it out. Head to the artificial intelligence room. On more than one occasion, you reach a dead end. It may have been due to stress, but you'd swear the halls and corridors had changed. All of a sudden, all the memories of the different ships you served on are intermingled. Rooms of your training period in Genesis, corridors of your current ship, everything looks fuzzy and blurry. Your head starts to ache as you try to find your way to the core. You break through one of the hatches and come face to face with Scott, the captain of the ship. Recruit Citadel, what are you doing? I think I told you we needed you to get the ammo crates up to the battle stations. Scott, before you can say anything, an explosion shakes the ship and throws you to the ground. The plates that cover the roof come down, flooding the room with dust that had accumulated after landing on more than 30 different planets. You get up with difficulty holding onto the wall. Your head burns and it's hard for you to recognize where you are. You're back on the bridge, or at least that's what's left of it. The room is completely destroyed, with several hull breaches facing the outside. In front of you, the captain's chair turns around and you find yourself sitting on it. You don't recognize the face, despite it being very familiar. Find someone sitting on it. Wait, of course you recognize it. It's... Wake up. You open your eyes, drenched in sweat, and recognize the bridge of the ship. Everything had been a strange and vivid nightmare. I just need to get some rest. You. I'm about ready to space that rock. Rustle the bed sheets. The music makes you shudder. Flutes forming impossible notes. The symphony expands and contracts again, plays with you. An abandoned figure, a victim of time, lost in front of thousands of eyes watching it. You walk through the labyrinthian corridors. No, it's them that move. You can't scream. Music is hiding everything. No airlocks, no engines, no ship. Whispers in the shadows deafen you. A great eye. It observes you despite being closed. You turn around. Up is down, down is up. You hear it breathing, and you keep quiet. Too late, the eye notices your presence and cry. They cry in their dreams while their pain floods your senses. A face. You don't recognize this face, despite it being very familiar. Wait, of course you recognize it. It's... has lost the judgment, exhausted. Wake up. You wake up from the darkness in your cabin, feeling quite upset. You immediately look at the time, go back to sleep. Eagle Eye increases the zoom intensity. Get back to the bridge. This is kind of getting out of hand. It's like a pinata. Except for you have no idea if it's going to be good or bad.
There it is. We reached the coordinates. May, send the signal to the freighters immediately.
Yes, Captain.
Attention, everyone. We must secure the construction of the docking structure. Notify me of any incoming signal.
Alrighty. We all know how this is going to turn out.
Captain, we've been detected.
To the battle stations. We must protect the cargo ships. We will not allow the Children of the Sun to capture the Genesis.
It's in my blind spot. I miss my guided missiles.
One of the enemy ships has been destroyed.
Alrighty.
Captain!
Oh,
Captain Rose's ship has fallen. At this point, we won't be able to dock with the Genesis.
Don't leave your posts. I'll ensure they don't reach you.
Docking structure complete, Captain.
Good work, team. Stay alert. We're not out of danger. We must finish off the Children of the Sun before leaving the area.
come on. Focus on me. You got this, buddy. Yeah, yeah. I'm a bigger threat. Don't you dare. Come on. There we go. Now you finally figured it out.
That was the last of the children.
It's the least we can do for Scott. I won't let Nardos have the Genesis.
Looks like the enemy attack is over. It will take some time for the cargo ships to transport the remains of the Genesis to the headquarters where they can begin a full restoration. However, they are out of danger for now. Well done. I'm gonna go to the shipyards. See if there's anything worth buying. That is so cool. Alright. This tablet stuff is getting out of hand. Well, about ready to try and see if I can space the damn thing. Now what? Receiving incoming transmission
We're
from
receiving
headquarters.
an incoming transmission from headquarters.
Seconds after Maya informs you of the incoming transmission, you see in your command terminal a transmission with the symbol of the Republic. It was doubtlessly important. Accept the transmission. On the screen, you see Admiral Flan with a concerned look on his face. You're sure it isn't good news. This is Admiral Daryl Flane of the Interstellar Republic. Answer, respond immediately, Captain Citadel. Captain Citadel, at your service, Admiral. There is no time for formalities. Vice Admiral Mason has sent a fleet without my consent to Tacet Stella, with the intent of wiping out the Phoenix. The assault has alerted the Children of the Sun. Dozens of ships are approaching to recover Emperor Narto's destroyer. What are your orders? Go immediately to Tacet Stella. The fleet led by Vice Admiral Mason is still in combat with the last defenses. We must take advantage of the confusion and send a small group to support the attack, ensuring the destruction of the Phoenix ship before reinforcements arrive. There's no time to lose.
Crew, prepare to warp. Must finish off the Phoenix before the children's reinforcements reach Tacet Stella.
On your mark, Captain.
Guess we'll come back. There's a debris cloud.
Captains, to your battle stations. We must finish off the Phoenix before the arrival of reinforcements. Focus fire on their shield generators. We can't damage it until we disable them completely.
On your mark, Admiral.
Captains, the Children of the Sun are approaching the sector. Destroy the ship immediately.
This is not where I want to be. This is where I want to be. Ow.
Sir, the generators are down. The Phoenix's hull is unprotected.
Concentrate the attack. We don't have much time.
That hurts. We'll finish you off and spend your credits on updates.
Oh, shoot, I just died. a little reckless, it looks like. Well, let's see what happens now. Good game, everyone. Goodbye. I think I just begin where I warped into the system. Hopefully. Once again, my computer and its... Please help us make a better experience. Nice. One of these loading screens has, you know, I've been captured by aliens and forced to write loading screens. Please help. Yeah, my computer hates loading screens. Does just fine until the loading screens appear. Then we have issues. Oh well. Come on, little buddy, I know you can do it. Well, you should be able to do it. That's my guess, at least. My hope, too. There we go. Maybe. Maybe. There we go. Let's try this again. Hopefully this time I can avoid running into that pylon, which should help.
Captains, to your battle stations. We must finish off the Phoenix before the arrival of reinforcements. Focus fire on their shield generators. We can't damage it until we disable them completely.
On your mark, Admiral.
Alright. Well, that was not as good as my first flyby.
We'll finish you off and spend your
Oh,
credit.
come on! Why?
Congratulations, you've made it onto my blacklist.
Alright, my ship is glitched. It wouldn't go anywhere. That was weird. I was hitting the up thrust button, so he should have come up away from the thing he was on. Instead, all he did was smash himself harder into it. Not how this is supposed to work. And once again, we're back at the loading screen. Sorry about that. I don't know if because the ship's engines were pushing it forward, it thought it had clipped or caught on the wreckage and thus wouldn't let it rise up above it, or just what was going on. But it wouldn't let me raise the ship up, which meant I got beached with, once again, just sitting there taking hits. The other thing that's kind of frustrating is that this ship has rockets, and what I want is guided missiles, the ship I'm using. Guided missiles means that they launch straight up and straight down, and then they follow the cursor, like the nuke. They're just smaller. but they're a lot easier to control and put on target than the rockets. And I assume that in exchange, the rockets do more damage. But it's also not what I'm used to. But then saying that, I haven't played long enough really to say that I'm used to much of anything. It's not what I would prefer, let's say that. Alright, let's try this again, taking our time, being resourceful. That said, part of the reason why I'm rushing is I want to see if you can actually destroy the Phoenix. I know that if you take too long, other ships will come to reinforce, and you will lose your
Captains,
chance.
to your battle stations. We must finish off the Phoenix before the arrival of reinforcements. Focus fire on their shield generators. We can't damage it until we disable them completely.
On your mark, Admiral.
Come on. This is going better. I'm also not in the best angles though to hit him.
Captains, the children of the sun are approaching the sector. Destroy
Okay.
the ship immediately.
So I got free. What I did was I put the engines in reverse, then lifted up. So it looks like that is...
Sir, the generators are down. The Phoenix's hull is unprotected.
Concentrate the attack. We don't have much time. The signal from the enemy ships is intensified. They're right on top of you.
Captain, they're here.
Do not allow them to recover the Phoenix. We cannot lose this battle.
That hurts.
Admiral, the children of the sun have recovered the destroyer. There are too many of them. We can't
So
contain
it
them.
doesn't look like you can.
Fall back and leave the sector as soon as possible. We must minimize casualties.
Congratulations, you've made it onto my blacklist.
The mission had failed. With the Phoenix destroyer in their hands, the children of the sun leave Tacet Stella. As soon as the ship was repaired, it would surely be sent to the front line of combat, greatly increasing the destructive power of its fleet. You must return to headquarters. If anyone could be blamed for that, it was the newly appointed Vice Admiral Mason. Not only had she disobeyed an order from the Admiral, but she had declared an attack without his consent, allowing your enemy to recover one of the largest killing machines in the known space. Let's go back to headquarters. Everything is sparky. That is not good.
Warp jump successful, Captain. We've lost the children's ships.
were so close.
Damn it, we almost had it. If Mason would have completed Flynn's orders, we would have ended with the Phoenix.
Let's go back to the HQ. Flynn and the rest of the board of advisors will make sure Mason pays for his insurrection.
My ship does not look happy. uh, 10% health, yeah. Not happy at all. All we gotta do is hope that nothing happens between here and the Allied station. Thank goodness.
Comms chief, request permission to dock.
Welcome, Captain. Dock at the assigned bay, please.
You know, I don't think anyone would really call these bays, though. That is an unhealthy color, shall we say. What, the front lights still work? Arcades, commercial zone, hangar. What is this? Launch rocket. Oh, it's a blueprint I can buy. Got it. Departments. Scrap. Accept. Launch rocket system Mark 1. Mark 2. High. 20 a second. 20 a second. Yeah, there are people injured. Mightily. I don't think I've lost anyone, though. I wish I could get rid of Irradiated and Hangover. Let's upgrade the shield points a little bit. Oh, so that's their experience level. Interesting. Salvage that guy. Alright, let's head. Oh wow, there's a lot more opened up now. I want to head to the shipyard here, see if there's anything we want to pick up. You know, like where we're going to initially. So cool. They got epic right with this game, I'll say that. And X. Allied station first. I want to see if I can pick up some stuff there. And it's on the way to the planet anyway. I want to get rid of those rockets and replace them with guided missiles.
Republic ship requesting docking permission, please.
Welcome, Captain. Dock at the assigned bay, please.
Must be on the other side? It's in the middle here. Nice. Commercial zone. Yeah, that's not helpful. Well, fudge. Okay. Well, I will stop by the shipyards. You know, it's a pretty quiet trip, all things considered. I was kind of expecting to have encountered 3 or 4 things by now. Not that I'm disappointed. Not that I'm disappointed. Alright, let's see what we got here. Shipyard. No. No. This is what we're currently flying. This guy has 5 weapons, 3 slots. This guy has 4 weapons, 3 slots. Worse. Engine power and weapon power are better. That guy's just not an option. Okay. Yeah. Class S space cruiser with a great agility and good combat speed. Its hull is weak and doesn't have much capability for shields. Reason why it does not tolerate well the direct confrontations to near distance. Its ability to go unnoticed has made it a ship widely used by armies and smugglers. Alright, well, it was worth a shot. Alright. So we'll go to the system we're actually supposed to be in. Then I think we'll call it a day. I hope you guys had fun. Sorry about that rather extended intermission there at the middle. I hope to be back Monday. I give it about a 10%, 20% chance that I'll stream tomorrow. 15. We'll make it 15. Split the difference. 15% chance that I'll stream tomorrow. There's a 75% chance that I'll do it on Monday. And right now, with trying to move and get out of where I'm living into a new place, I'm not going to reach above 75% on most streams until the day of. So, I'm sorry. For those of you who are watching these and enjoying these, thank you. I'm hoping to start a rotation soon. Like I've been saying at the beginning of the last two of this video and the video before, Conan, Star Sector, Between the Stars, and my time at Porsche. I'm hoping to have the rotation between those four. Until I get my schedule though lined up, and I can be 100% sure these are the days I'm streaming, or at least 90% sure these are the days I'm streaming, I'm hesitant to start the Rota. So we'll see what happens when. I appreciate you putting up with me. Hopefully I can get this all figured out soon, and I can start producing good quality material on a regular basis for you guys. Thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. Stay safe out there. And if I don't see you sooner, I will see you later.